Hey everyone, hello, how are you all doing? And this music is way too loud in my ear. There we are, that better? Hello, hi, check, hi, Eska, and welcome to Zanabanab? Is that how you say it? You can tell me how close I got, and I'll try again, but welcome indeed to you as well, and hi, Zero. Speaking of the name supporting Orbiter, I thought Orbiter because space, and space orbiting the stars, things of that nature. If you have another suggestion, I'm all ears, but I didn't think supporting Patreon was quite space themed, but if you come up with space stuff, by all means, I'm all ears, as the names are hard. Sometimes I'm good at doing names, sometimes I'm not, We'll see it. Hi, Arrow, welcome back indeedy, welcome back. I can say, oh, hold on, timer, you need to do your timer things. Let's just chalk it up to being, how about 4 minutes? Yeah. Hold on, let me do that. We have this guy here, 4 minutes. There we go. Lovely to hear. And good afternoon. How are you today? Hi, Preston. Welcome back. And welcome back to you as well, Mr. Big. Hello. How am I today? I am suffering from success. Yesterday, I said how just before stream, I went to a cat cafe for the first time. I've never interacted with cats before, so this was a first time for me. However, unfortunately, I am allergic to cats, highly allergic, and I found this out that after stream yesterday, my body decided it is time. And therefore, my everything shut down. I couldn't see straight, I couldn't breathe properly, and I spent the rest of the day in bed. This morning, my throat was a little sore, so I have some tea here. I don't regret it. But man, it wasn't prepared. I didn't realize it was space themed. Sorry, no worries, Zero. That was the idea, but if you think it needs to change again, I am all open for suggestions. And hi, Stanscom, welcome in. Oh man. I'm telling, I did not expect it. I thought to myself, oh, when I went in there, I'm not sneezing, my nose is not doing funny things, so we're all good to go. And oh my goodness, you need to be put in a bubble. Never. I was in a bubble. I have never got to touch a cat before, so this was the first time. And they were so soft and small. I may be suffering now, but I don't regret it. Not one bit. And hi, Latch, welcome in. And at least the allergy waited till you were done streaming. Oh yeah. I mean, not like even an hour later, but I got back 20 minutes before stream started. So that's interesting. 4 hours is when it kicked in. And wow, now you must resist the forbidden fluff balls for a bit. I know next time I'm gonna need to prepare myself. And I'm sure with time, I just need a little bit more exposure. Oh man, it was fun though. I really enjoyed it. I'm excited to go back soon. For right now, I need to be placed in recovery. How have all your weeks been though? Some people call Sunday the start of the week. Some people call Sunday the end of the week. How have you all been? And hi, hold on. Kenzo Play, is that how you say it? Welcome back in. And I thought I got rid of all these spooky sounding songs. So let me remove that one. Do this one. There we go. And let's see, next time bring a full hazmat suit, but how will I get to pet them then? Because they're soft. How am I supposed to feel the softness if it's a hazmat suit? And it is a known allergy I've always had? Yeah, I've owned dogs before and I have an allergy to dogs, a very bad allergy to dogs. That's never stopped me. But the issue is, because I've never interacted with cats before, this being the first time, my body had a heart attack. Compared to me regularly interacting with dogs and having a usual allergy feels, but this time I got kicked in the face. But I'm all good to go now. If my voice sounds a little sore or something of the likes, you know now. Still recovering. Oh me, bye. I'm really excited today though, and you can just say Kenzo. Is that better? Kenzo. I'll give it my best shot to remember. It takes me a few times to get in remembering, but we'll be good. And are you keeping Benadryl in business? I used to take Benadryl, but not anymore. It's not being effective. And hi, Rodrigo. Welcome back in. Welcome back to stream. And hi, Rudy. Interesting, your name's brown today. Usually it's red, but today they decided to go with brown. Interesting. But welcome back in. Welcome back, everyone. And the timer is just about up, so we can get into the business of things which we're gonna do today. So let me bring you into the planning screen, yeah, usually your name shows up brown, but today it shows up red. Today it's brown. Your name is brown. Let me go into planning here. So if we take a look at everything here, today is pretty simple. We'll be a fruit screen. Interesting. I don't think I'll ever understand Twitch's UI. Today should be pretty, I say simple, but then it's not. I tried my best to work on what we were working on last week during this week, but I didn't feel well. So we'll just continue to work on it. Hopefully we can get it done. And it's random unless you set it. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that fact. Maybe, I think. Mayhaps. So let's see. We'll start off with the pitch, then take a recap of what we did last week, and then we'll go into creating the bookshelf. And you were not brown. Well, today the name is. So saying all that, you all get nice and comfy, and we'll go ahead and hop right into things. Another pitch today, hopefully we'll have sound. The thing is, usually the pitches are done for these programming streams. However, last time was a bit of an exception. I was messing around with some microphone settings. I assure you, today will be different. Saying that, I'll be right back. Oh boy. Fancy place you found yourself in. And again, compared to yesterday, it seems my voice is now audible. Echo. And you know, you're in this lobby room at the moment. There's no doors, there's no windows, and you're here at the elevators. You're waiting for the elevators, and you've got some time in your hands as the elevators seem like, you know, it's not that they're not working, it's just that they will come and open at, I'd say, about maybe a minute in. So since you have about, I'd say, a minute on your hands, why don't you and I get acquainted? Hello there. Now we can properly discuss business. So welcome on into the elevator pitch. It's a section I like to do at the beginning of stream where and hi Claude, welcome in, as well as Kimino, welcome into you as well. Hi, welcome to the elevator pitch, a section I like to do at the beginning of stream where I talk about my game. And what is that game? I suppose you're asking. Well, that game is no other than bam, Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game. And ears and giggling randomly, name a more perfect pair. Hi. No, I think it said to call you something else. Was it the Matrix? I think, possibly, in Eris and Chaos? No. Welcome in. So the elevator pitch is a section I like to do at the beginning of these game dev streams where I spend 1 minute trying to pitch my game to you. The hope is that if you've never been here before, you don't know anything about my game, it gets you caught up to date. If you haven't been here in a second, it gets you caught up to date. And it also gives me a chance to get better at explaining my game in a short amount of time. So I've got 1 minute to explain my game to you. And when that timer starts, which it will in just a moment, we'll see how well I can pitch my game. And saying all that, let me see, make sure I didn't miss anything. Let's see, and not making a witch hat and blunder. One day, shooting stars, cool comets, constellations? Constellations, maybe. I'll have to think about that, Zero, but thank you for the suggestions. I will. Ooh, I like them. Supernova sounds interesting as well. Saying all of that though, that timer starts now. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer who is sent to this prestigious wizard magic academy where her family wants her to become a necromancer. But she doesn't want to become a necromancer. She wants to become a chef, a baker. So she finds a random part of the cafe, random part of the school, and turns it into a cafe where she serves her fellow wizard customers, her fellow wizard students. The idea is that not only is it a cafe restaurant simulator, but it is a rhythm typing. And the rhythm typing portion comes into play when you serve the customers, as the customers will order dishes, and these dishes have to be created via magic. You have to summon the food by spellcasting, and in this world, spellcasting is done through poetry. So the idea is that you have to do a lot of rhymes, and you have to type out the poems to the beat. It's supposed to be a mad, fast dash back and forth between, and hold on. Speaking words, mad dash back and forth between surfing customers, typing up poems, keeping up to the beat, and cameo. It's gonna have a lot of effects, animations, a lot of cute things, and I feel like this is one of my worser ones. Then again, I have the excuse of being sick, but you know what? Shoving it off the table, I give this one maybe a 5 out of 10. Not my best work, not my worst work, but definitely has improvement. Saying that, let me go ahead and hide that timer there. And let's see, hold up. Are those things in the logo background chef hats? Let's see, puffy muffins on all chef hats. And I would say rewrite the section about her motivation. You kind of fumbled around the point. Yep. Next week, I'm gonna have to get back my flashcards. I think I did my best work when I had my flashcards, my index cards. Fumbled it towards the end. Setting, then we have gameplay. Yeah, setting, then gameplay. And that's what's supposed to hook you in. And the thing is, usually game developers get told that they have to have a good pitch, a good hook. If you can explain your game in 1 minute, if you can explain your game in 1 minute, you've probably got a good pitch. I think how I described my game in not 1 minute, one sentence, mine is serve customers to the beat. Something like that. I can't remember quite, but serve customers to the beat while typing. Something along the lines of that. Or a cafe where you serve customers by typing to the beat. I think that was it more. And it's a 10-minute elevator ride, now only 1 minute. But if my pitch did not convince you, which I don't know why it wouldn't have, why don't I show you the current prototype and serve beat to the customers? Serve beats. All the sick beats. Let me go ahead and take off my business suit, get my business associate here, Bobby, and we can get into things. So if that did not convince you, why don't I show you a little bit of the prototype that I currently have in the works? And I think there's currently a bug in the prototype, but you can still try the game out. So let's see, exclamation, Necrotype. There we go. That should do that there. And let me go ahead and copy this for YouTube. Let me bring all of you over here. Let me go into Obsidian here. Let's see. Bring you into here. Bring you into here, and commands are broken. I assure you they're working properly. The YouTube commands are still a little funny, and corporate commander, is that you? I'm no corporate. And as the CEO of a large publisher, how many microtransactions can we add into it, and how can we make it into a live service multiplayer game? Unfortunately, to the CEO out there, microtransactions don't plan to be a thing, and everything is going to be free. I tell you, free. Let me make this a little bit smaller so it's not taking up the whole screen, like that there. And then if I go ahead and hide, let's see, this guy, show this guy, make this guy bigger. The audio for the game should be audible. Hold your horses. Now, we should be good. Lovely. So I've been working on this game since the last of August. It'll have been about a year of working on the development, but we're making good progress. The hope is to finish it by the end of last year, but again, good progress. And even the therapy we're gonna need after playing, no, that comes sold separately. Let's go ahead and calibrate it. And for the calibration, I just hit space or click space. Space, 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 space. There we are, calibration done. So let's go into the main menu here and into the tutorial. And therapy DLC. Sold separately. You can see here, we're in the game, and the idea is that you have this whole book here that you can open and close. It'll have pages that you'll be able to flip through. And if we go ahead and select this customer here, they'll go ahead and take their seat. And let's see. God, I did read that, good. And let's see, if I could ask, was the second emotion sheet posted somewhere, or is it a Patreon exclusive? Check, do you mean the final finished, or do you mean the template? If you mean the template, that means I forgot, in which case, let me go ahead and do a second emotion sheet template. There we are. That way I can remember, as the blank template should be on the template guys. It should be on there, on itch. But if it's not, that means I forgot. In which case, I will certainly, after today's stream, make sure I upload it and do the things. So we can go ahead and go to this customer. They're ready to take their order. And, well, that's weird. I found another bug. Each 2 seats represent a desk. So the customer should be sitting here, not here, which is here. Interesting. Alrighty then. We can go ahead and take their order, and they want a sweet bitter cake. So let's go ahead and serve them a sweet bitter cake. Let's go up here, and I know it's sweet bitter because we have pink, then we have purple, and then we have a cake symbol. If we go to the atlas here, you can see sweet, bitter, and then cake. Let's go ahead and serve them. So if I go up here, go to behind the desk, we go to sweet, we go to bitter, and then we do cake, Let's go ahead and click generate. It gives you the tutorial guide here. So all we have to do is have the words on the center here. Then here is where we see we can complete the spell. And here's the fail meter. So if this goes all the way up, game over. Let's see how well I do. All right. WITH space T H R EADS space OF space T W ILIGH T space AND space GOATS KIN WILONT. Yes. Let's see. SOCKS comma. I got an okay. I'll take it. And the sheet is there. I was wondering about the finished version. Oh, I see. The finished version, I never finished the second half. I've been meaning to complete the other 3, because right now I think I've done 3 out of 6. So if you mean the finished version, no, that's not been uploaded. But hopefully I wanted to get around to it this week, as in this Sunday week. So this week, as we've been doing a lot of the template stuff, so I hope to update it. And good thing you didn't panic. Panicking does happen. We can go ahead and pick up this cake here and serve it to the customer. And they will take their food, they will go ahead and eat it, and delicious. And I was thinking about the clipping problem. My solution is that anything she would clip into gets destroyed due to her amazing hair strength. That's one of the recent devlog I did, where you can see the hair clips into, hold on, if I do here, oh, if they go down here, hair clips into the guy, and I can't go anywhere towards the side. It's overall her area. And if we go ahead and select the customer, they'll be very happy and satisfied. There we are. That is the game in a nutshell currently. You can see Ghost serves. Ghost was a mechanic I had in the beginning, but it's been removed so we can work on the main gameplay before moving to more of the special added effects. So I can go ahead and click main menu here. I go ahead and start the music back up. We'll go ahead and exit out of the music here so I can turn it all the way down. Turn Spotify up like that. And then we can go ahead and hide you, show you. We should be good to go there. So let me show you what we've been working. Now, if you saw before, right, if I go back into the let's see. And I think this is where the customer's glitched at. If they spawn in, I think they'll flash, as it was an animation issue that I solved. Let's see, does a customer spawn in? Ah, yep, they're flashing. That is an animation bug that's solved, but has to be uploaded. And can you make the collision box smaller? I could, I'll show you the current collision box. But if I do the collision box, and yeah, I'll show you there, give me 1 second. But if you can see here, right? In order to select the items, we have to go here and use our mouse. And because it's a typing game, the hope is that all controls you'll ever need will be through the keyboard. So I shouldn't have to go click my mouse to select things on the game. So that's what we're doing currently, this bookshelf idea. Let me go ahead and click on, let's see, main menu, bring you into Godot. Let's see, programming here. And you can see, right? This is the collision currently. And hi, Beatus, welcome into stream. Welcome back. If I hide this detection range really quickly, this is her current hitbox. You can see, right, it goes out to some part of her hair. If I go ahead and lower her hitbox to her feet, look how weird the game feels. I'll go ahead and enable the detection range, click play on here, and then we can give it a try. And, oh, you told me to remind you about asking about calibration minigame? Yes, right. I was thinking of making a food prep minigame. The thing is, I think it would be a vocal warm-up prep. A lot of games, there are ingredients, and oh, hold on, the audio's a little funny. We need to do, let's see. You need to have your audio set, yep. We do Godot, yeah, okay. And then your audio should be good to go. You should be able to hear it. It shouldn't be echoey, double twice. I'm thinking maybe of like a vocal warm-up. Since there's no spell ingredients per se, the idea is that you'll get items from the shelf. So if let's see, can I make this bigger? I can, lovely. You'll get items from the shelf. So if I click this guy here, go here, there's going to be a shelf, and it's going to be where you can collect and grab, what would you call it, ink bottles? As since the game is done through spellcasting, so verbal poetry, you'll get ink bottles. Oh, you'll get ink bottles, you'll get spell parchment, have to write down the spell, and that's the ingredient you use, is the idea behind the game. So there's no spell ingredients. However, I think vocal warm-up, so her muttering things and that, I think that would be good for calibration. And I think what would be cool with the bookshelves is to get the sweet ingredient. You have to type random words. That a sweet dish. That's a sweet dish. Interesting one. I'm thinking we do a menu where it pops up, you select it, and then you have to place it down. That's the current idea, but we can certainly explore other ideas and see if this one needs to be tweaked. And you can see here, from last time, we didn't have these bookshelves, so I added them in. They don't have any hitboxes. No, I was supposed to show you the hitbox before. So if we go back here and, oh, I'm stuck. Help! Hold on. There we are. And I go here. With the hitbox now at the feet, now she's really clipping into the walls. Look at her. Now she's super clipping. That's why I initially had the clipping at the hair. As now that it's the feet, you can see it feels weirder. I can hug the desk now, and it's a little wonky. So that's the clipping suggestion there for the feet, which is why I overall want to change it. And let me go ahead and save that there, as I think by making her hair slimmer, it'll be a little bit better. And do it as wide as the skirt. Interesting. Hold on. Let me go ahead and just make it smaller there. That's about as wide as the skirt. I mean, it doesn't feel like that'd be any different. But when I fix the hair, it's going to be as wide as the skirt. So the hope is that the hitbox will be somewhere here instead of all the way over here. The hat might have to be changed just a little bit too, maybe to come forward, but that's a whole design idea. So let me go ahead and save this guy here, put back on the music, let me get some tea, and then we can get into things. And for the collision, for the collision, make it double her sprite. No one at all will get annoyed. Trust me, bro. Easy. And maybe she has a spell to defy walking through objects. The idea is that for the ghost, at least, there's going to be 2 currencies. So you can unlock more flavors, more different foods when you serve customers. When you serve ghost, you'll get ghost abilities. So for example, your spell casting will be upgraded. And then I think that would be a great idea where a spell casting one is where you can walk through walls like ghosts can. I think that could be a lot of fun. But that's later stuff, which is the thing of making sure we don't do too much at once. So let me go ahead and go to, let's see, interactable select screen. This is what we were working on last time. And actually, let me bring you into concepts to make things a little bit easier to understand what's going on. If I go ahead and click that guy there, should bring you into this screen. And what you can see is if I zoom out here, we have a list of to-do things. This is the instruction list for how we want the game to function. So first, you'll interact with the bookshelf. Next up, menu pops up where you can select the items. You pick the item you want, and then you pick it up, you place it on the desk, and then you start the spell. And when you turn your main character into a ghost, so you don't have to worry about collision. Funny enough, I still had to worry about collision for ghost. That was painful, and that's a wonderful idea. Oh yeah, I think it'd be fun. So let's see. This is the idea we had for a spell select screen, which was this guy here. So you can see these guys turned into, if I bring it back over to here, these guys turned into these guys, where the idea is that you'll be able to select it. And if I click play on here, let's see, run current scene, I believe, it should show you if it pops up, and it does not. Let's see. Godot, Godot, and then Godot. There we are, lovely. And if I click into here, if I use the arrow keys, you can see it currently works where you can click on the item. And then if I click enter, it shows giving player item. So this wasn't where we left off, but this is what I was able to complete during the week when I was feeling up to doing it. So the hope is now, today, we will make it so that the character or the item spawns on the player, so the player can pick up the item. That's the next step. As if we go, whoa, hold on. Think about this. If we go back into concepts just really quickly, I grab my pen, and let's see. Yep. Right now we have the words. We need to have the interactive bookshelf menu pop up. Let's do these 2 first, and then the select item. So let's have the menu pop up when the item is selected. And hi, the House Gremlin. Welcome in. Welcome back to the stream. So let's start there. I think that's the best place to start. So if we go into, let's see, programming here. It's been a few days since I've looked at this code, but we should be a-okay and fine to go, as it's not too painful. I eventually want to, well, I hope to start this week as well, starting to refactor a lot of things. So hopefully the code as we go along will get easier. And I like your concepts board. Thank you. I really like the colors. It took me a second to figure out what colors I wanted, but I overall really like it. So I'll go ahead and delete all of these items since they're not needed. Yep. And what we want to happen is 2 menus to pop up. So if we go here to bookshelf, this is 1 bookshelf and there's 2 bookshelves. And you can see here I have a type and we have dish, flavor, customer status, flavor combo. There's only 2 that can happen. And is she going to put it on her head, hold it in front of her, or hold it on her chest? I want her to hold it with her hands. Right now there's no animation for her to hold it with a tray, but eventually I'll have an animation for tray holding. If I go back to the player, you can see if I do, let's see, tray here, it spawns it at her hand, words. Spawns it at her head. I was about to let's say head height, it spawns it at her hand height. So the hope is that eventually I'll have an animation where she holds it with a tray and she looks like she's walking around very proudly, as I think before it was on her head and now it's moved to her hands. So let me go ahead and click save here. Another thing I also need to open up is, let's see, games, beta, there we are, and then Visual Studio so I can have backups saved. Open with code, lovely, okay. So we don't need player, we don't need dish, we don't need trash. Interaction screen, do we need you? Yes, I think we do. We need you. We need the item select icon, we don't need you. And this is the interactable select screen. And okay, yep. So let's see, in the cafe here. So the idea is that we have these two bookshelves. So bookshelf 1, bookshelf 2. One is flavor, one is dish. And depending on the flavor, when you interact with it, the menu should pop up. And right now we can see on our bookshelf, right? We go into the script. Right now, it just changes the look of the sprite. So we need to set an interactable menu. So for example, it'd be like, let's see, on open type of menu. I think that is a good idea. So let's see. Yeah, something like funk, and then open, and then on open, let's see, void. We want it to, depending on the type, send out a idea. So for example, we do utility, and then it might be dot open. Let's see, open in our select menu. Yeah, item select menu, and then the type, which will be our type, something like this. And can we make the menu into the Wingdings font? It sounds like it would be a lot of work. And hi, I'm so slow, bro. Welcome in. Hello. Welcome back to stream. Something like this. And if we open up our utility, so utility, where are we at? Utility here. We'll go ahead and close the trash, the player, the icon, yep. Cookbook, we can close that as well. And we'll go ahead and just copy this guy here. So utility dot, and then up here somewhere, let's see, for cheats, for bug testing, customer, ghost, entity, player. I'm looking for the menu signals. Debug, calibration, spell screens, menu signals. Signal, and then it's going to be open select item, and then it's going to be item type, I believe. Let's see, it's going to be something like this. Yep, and then it's going to be item underscore type, and then it's going to be item, let's see, item selection icon dot, or I think it's just going to be item selection icon, let's see. Item selection icon dot, let's see, icon dot type. That's the guy we're looking for. Let's go back into utility here, copy, and do utility. It's actually going to be that guy. Lovely. And then we can go ahead and copy this guy, and this is where our signals can get connected. So if we go back into our interactable select screen, which is this big guy here, so this screen should be open or enabled when it's revealed. So if we go back into here, this guy here on Funk Ready, we can do utility dot, and then it's going to be this guy here, and it's going to be another, let's see, activate is active. So it's going to be activate, and it's going to be item type, item underscore type, and it's going to be item dot type, I believe it was. Yep. And then we can go ahead and just do this, and it's going to be set to activate. So it's this guy, and then this guy here. Yep. Ooh, lovely to see. And let's see. Hello again. Hi, George. Welcome in. And I'm not sure whether to use Unity or Godot. Well, I can't give a recommendation for either, just because I'm biased. I've only ever used Godot. I've never used Unity before, but I have been enjoying Unity. Not Unity. I have been enjoying Godot, if that's any help. I can't say anything about Unity just because I've never tried it, but my experience with Godot has been great. I suggest trying both, maybe doing a project for each and seeing how you feel about each one, as eventually I want to try other game engines. However, Godot's the only one I know currently, or know how to use at least. And did you have to change the draw order in your game when she goes behind the desk? Yes, I did. And it's still not working properly. There's a, what would you call it? There is a draw order. It has to do with Z index. And let's see, can I show you really quickly? Like, for example, the cafe background. And let's see if I go down here to Z index. Yeah, I had to play around with this stuff though. You can see it. The ordering had to be tweaked. However, it's still not working properly. And I started Unity and moved to Godot, and I love Godot. Well, we have someone in here who can at least say that they've tried both and what they feel about them. And I'm trying to learn signals too, especially trying to connect them from outside of scenes. For whatever reason, it makes no sense to me. I get connected them into the editor. Can you elaborate a little bit? The idea behind, what would you call it? The signals is that you have a signal, not exporting, but a signal that emits and a signal that connects. So for example, right, this guy here is a global script, which you can set by if you go to project settings, there's an option for globals, and I don't think it's showing at the moment. Maybe if I do this guy here and do this guy, let's see, here? No, it's still not showing it, unfortunately. Maybe, go Windows? Nope, it's not unfortunately showing it. But there's an option you can set for globals, and since my utility is a global, and oh, hold on, let's go back here. Off topic for stream probably, but I wonder about how games become optimized. I guess games become optimized when the code's cleaner, faster. For example, if you can do a lot or a little bit with the code, as in if it takes a lot of processing power, quote unquote, but what does processing power mean? How to describe it? If there's a faster way for the computer to do something, I think then that equals optimization. Though how to say optimization in the game itself? For example, I had an old system where customer movement, and I've updated the customer movement system to hopefully have more optimization. If I go to customer here really quickly, let's see. Customer scene, I used to have a lot more move states. So you might say because there was more code for it to go through, it made it more difficult. So now that I have less code or less things it has to hop between, it might make it more optimized. So I'm not too sure on the optimization stuff. Usually for me, optimization comes from the code not doing too much at once. For example, this is a lot of code. Oh, hold on, this is utility. I might get optimization points for cleaning up all of this code, as in going through, see what I need, see what I don't need, delete things and move things around. Might make it cleaner and easier to navigate. However, does that help with optimization? Maybe a little bit, but a little bit to the point that maybe it's not worth the effort of optimizing. However, for me at least, I enjoy cleaning up code since it makes it easier for me to read, since I've been working on this for almost a year. A lot of this is old stuff that I don't even use anymore, as it was an old system. So it's a thing of, I don't need these anymore, they're probably taking up space. Let me remove them and see what I am using, what I'm not using. It's that idea. I hope that clears it up. And I see, so you can connect a bunch of signals from your utilities. Yep, you connect them from an autoload. One thing I might do in the future, as you can see, right, I have different areas, so customer signals. Maybe instead of having this one, what would you call it, the one autoload, to make it easier to read, maybe I have an autoload for customers, an autoload for tutorials. That's an option, but does it optimize? I'm not too sure, but I send everything right now to utility as a signal. So utility right now acts as the hub for signals. So for example, for our, let's see our bookshelf, we do utility dot open item select menu, and then you would do dot emit. So this guy then connects to one of these guys here, and then from here, it then goes to here. And the neat thing about signals is that I can put this connect everywhere I want. However, you don't know the order. So if I want it to go from this select screen, then to maybe an interactable, I would have to first go to this activate function, send out another signal. That way they're in order as they're emitting. And okay, thank you. I'm glad to hear. Lovely. I'm glad that helped clear things up. Because yeah, it's signals, I didn't know about them. I'm coming from a background of C++ with Visual Studio. So it was a new thing for me. I was confused at first. I thought the only way you could use signals is if you did, let's say, if you did the signals here with the timers and timeouts. So the fact you could do it in code was confusing. And limiting checks also helps. Example, if you want an enemy to check for the player to be within a certain range, it's more optimized to tell the code to check the player every 30 frames. Yeah. Limiting checks, limiting the amount of work the game has to do. If it has to do something 100 times a minute versus if it only has to do it 1 time a minute. That's a great point, Zio. Yep. So let's say pick shelf dot here and open, and then here for our interactable screen, activate item type. Item type here is active true, and we'll set then this here to is active grid container. Yep. And let's see, we have product and cookbook and this guy here. Okay. So currently I think I have 2 interactable select screens. I'm not sure how I quite like this. I don't think I do like it. If we go here, let's see. Back into our interactable select screen. Right now it only has 1 panel container. So then this becomes a question. Do we want to have 2 screens or 1 screen that handles everything? So for example, right now, there is this panel container. Do we want to have 2 panel containers in 1 select screen? Or do we want 2 interactable select screens that do different things? I think having 2 in 1 might be a little bit easier. And for loops are your friend. For loops are great. I enjoy them a lot. And that's a bit complicated for me right now. Oh yeah. It took me a good second. And that's what I'm confused about too, connecting it in code. Oh yeah, there weren't many tutorials on it, so it made it even more confusing, but the more I've done this, the easier it's gotten. And I just remember seeing games that take 8 gigabytes of RAM that do not look like they should be taking that much memory. I don't know the memory allocation side of stuff. That's what I got out of college to fix. So I'm thinking, right, interactable select screen. We only have one interactable select screen and it is active. And then we have 2 different screens. So for example, this panel container, I think should be our flavor panel container. So flavor. And then this one here, well, actually, let's see, flavor screen, flavor select screen. So flavor select screen. And then I think here should be, instead, let's see, dish select screen. So dish select screen. And then for both of these, I'm going to set them to as unique name. Then we'll go in here and in our, let's see, const item select icon. Yep. Grid container, all of these guys here. Nope, hold on. I did not mean to do that. Yep. Let's see, redo. That was meant to be done. And then I'll drag you both into here. Let's see, dish select, and I also need flavor. You would not mind. There we are, flavor, good to go. And I'm trying to absorb as much as I possibly can. But since I don't 5% of the code, you can imagine the rest. Oh yeah, that's why I'm trying my best. Oh, buttons are getting pressed. I try my best to explain as I go, as for the most part, the stuff we're doing, you don't have to know too much about it. Just the ideas. So for example, the signals. Right now we're linking up signals. And it's the idea of, do we want 2 hidden screens? Or do we want 1 screen with 2 hidden sections? And for example, this guy here is the menu pop-up that we have. So if I go back to concepts here and scroll out, that guy is this guy here. So do we want 2 separate screens? Let me go ahead and make this, let's see, this here and then this here. Let me make it a little bit smaller. So it's this, and then let me grab my pen here and slide it over just a smidge. So this, oh, if it lets me write, this versus 1 screen where everything is hidden and not hidden. So let me go ahead and copy you like this here, move you here, make it a little bit bigger, and then have you and you here, make it a little bit smaller, copy, paste, like that there, and change you to that color, or maybe not. Select, yep, and then, oh, hold on. There we are. So this versus this is what I'm talking about. And your explanations are great. Oh, I see. And I'm the one who still needs to learn more about game design. Oh, thank you. I'm glad to hear it. And I think 1 screen, 2 selections. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because you can hide and show instead of having 2 guys link up and everything. I think 1 guy to handle everything makes it easy to swap. Okay, do we want this one or this one? And as opposed to having 2 different screens. I think that makes it easier. So let's go back into programming here. Saying that, we have, if we go back, right, we have our flavor select screen and our dish select screen. And down here is where we set the icon. So you can see for product, we're gonna add the child to this guy. And if we go here, down here, these are our grid containers. So what I need to do is set this to flavor grid, and then this guy down here will be our dish grid. And again, we'll have these guys, let's see, access this unique name, and I'll go ahead and put this in here. So we have first, right, our flavor grid, and we're setting the children in the grid when we do this initialization. So flavor grid, dish grid. So back down here, right, where we have for product, that product is actually supposed to be dish. So let's set it to dish. And this should also be dish, as that's another thing, making sure names are equally driven development. Hi, Malphabet. What would you call it? What an arrival. Welcome to stream. And hi as well, Ed. Welcome in, and good to know. Also, hello fellow chat residents. welcome in, and I see our terabytes now. Oh, I see. The sad part is that a lot of game companies these days don't care about stuff like optimization, so games are taking up too many resources and terabytes now. I have heard that there's been a few games that have, well, there's been a few people who have said this game is too big for how much it does. I think it was FNAF Security Breach people talked about with the big amount, and we call the Stardust around these parts. Oh man. So what I'll do is I'll set the child, right, because we're talking about dishes. So I'll take the dish grid. Instead of the grid container, we're adding the child of dish grid. And then for flavor container, it will now be flavor container, or flavor grid. And then down here, for our link buttons, let's see. This is one we've yet to do, which is a-okay. So for our activate is active. What we'll do is, I think, have a current type. Or type. Yeah, I think having a variable called like current type should work. And actually, she runs in water. Water, coffee, tea, liquids, hydration. It's very tasty. What I'll do is I'll go back to, let's see, our bookshelf here. And I'll just go ahead and copy this type. Copy. Then we'll go back to our select screen, have that type there. And instead of type, we'll call it current type. So current. Current type. And then from there, again, it's that question of organization. For example, there's a few things we could do. We could set up a dictionary. So something like, I think it would be var, and then type to grid. So type to grid. And then you could do something like, let's see, dictionary. And then it would be item or icon dot type. And then you do comma. And then you would set it to the grid. So this would be a grid container. And you set it equal to, and then let's see, I think like this. Sometimes it allows you to do it up here. Sometimes you have to do it in ready. Just to be on the safe side, we'll do it underneath. So something like this, or hold on, like that. Grid container. There you go, you're happy now. And then here you would do var temp, let's see, yeah, temp dictionary. And then from there, you do this guy here. So I'll go ahead and copy this guy. And then you would set them equal. And let's see, I thought she runs in the soul she trapped in the elevator room. I assure you, I am soul vegan. I'm not vegan. We just delicious, but souls are another story. I don't run on souls, not one bit. And then from here, right? So it's icon type to dictionary. So we would do icon dot type and then dot, and it would be flavors. So let's see, flavor, I believe. It's like that. And then you do this guy here, and then it would be flavor grid. Let's see if I got that right. And then it'd be comma. Yep. And then for here, it'd be dish. Fish. It'd be D-I-S-H. Dish grid. And then we would do dish grid. So you could do something like this. And then let's see. We do type to grid. And then we do, I think it's dot append or get or at. I think we do type to grid equal temp dictionary, something like that. And then down here, what we could do is for activate, then we could do type to grid and do like a for loop. So for example, let's see, for type in, and then we would do our type to grid. We do type dot hide. So type dot hide like that. And then after this, guys, let's see, could not find item in current scope. Interesting. For activate item type. Why are you angry? Could not find item. You should be, let's see, go back up here. Icon, oops. Icon.type. There you are, you're not happy. And you accidentally typed fish enough that you need to add fish into the game. Oh man, it's a cafe. I don't know how I'd be able to add a fish in there. Let's see. So it'd be like type.hide, right? And let's see, cannot, oh, hold on. It would be type to grid. And then because it's a dictionary, you activate the, you access the index. So the index is the type, and then we do type.hide, and then afterwards you would do, let's see, the actual, let's see, type to grid, like this, and then you would do current type dot show. So this is one way you could do it, where, let's see, type to grid, current type, so current type equals item type, item, I-T-E-M, item type. This is one way to do it, and this music's too dramatic. Hold on, let me remove it. Where are we at? Crash ship. Yeah, it's a little too dramatic for my taste. Yeah, okay, next one. That one's better. And fish and chips. Fish latte? That sounds awful. Welcome in, by the way. Is it Monphoebus? Maybe? You would tell me how close I got her if you prefer something else, but welcome to stream, however. Fish latte. I question it. So this is one way we can do it, right? Where we have a type to grid. Another way we can do it is where current type equals item type. So something like this. And then you could do a switch case. So maybe, and there's probably another way to do it. These are just the two ideas that come to mind. But I could do match, and then let's see, current type. And then from there, we would do icon.type. And then we would do, let's see, icon.type, and then it would be, let's see, flavor. Set this as pass, and then we would do icon.type, and then you set it as dish, set this to pass. Then you go ahead and do, let's see, flavor grid dot show, and then this would be disgrid dot hide, and then you would do the opposite. There's multiple ways you can do it, but which one do you think you would prefer? And let's see, this would be hide, and this would be show. Yeah, so this versus this, they're doing the same thing, but what do you think? And 5 years of JavaScript and Java experience, and Godot still leaves me confused. It's certainly a learning curve, I can say that. For me at least, this one's on the simpler side, right? You have to do more stuff outside of here. Like you have to set up the everything. But for example, maybe I add another type down the line. This would help, right? Because I only have to add it here, and I wouldn't have to touch this code. But for a thing here where I only think I'll ever use 2, it's less flexible, but it may be faster. This one's more flexible. And the fisherman could love some fish lattes. We did talk about lizard fish the other day, didn't we? And also, how would I add fish into a cafe to a world with magic and ghosts? Well, this is a fancy academy. I don't know if they... Well, maybe lobster. Maybe a lobster latte could work. Lobster's pretty fancy. So let's see. I quite like this guy up here as opposed to this guy. But there's no real right or wrong choice. It's what you feel is good for your place. And for me, at least, this is a little bit easier to read than this. And I have some code that looks like this that I would like to update to this. But again, it's that thing of, do you want to go out of your way to make a dictionary to then update afterwards? Or do you just want to hide and show? Just toggle those two. But for now, I think this will work. So go ahead and set this guy here. Then from there, let's see. We activate the current type. We also need a way to disable the current game mode. So it needs to be like a screen, and I'm one of them. I am surprised. Well, then again, there's people out there who do enjoy fish. I'm not a fish enjoyer. I can never get past the bones. And lobster macchiato. Yeah, lobster macchiato. I think it would be tasty. However, it'd be a thing. And I vote for the upper one. Yeah, we're thinking the same thing. I think the upper one looks a lot nicer. And you hire an unpaid intern to clean it up all for you. Easy peasy. I like knowing and getting familiar with my code. I want to go one-on-one with it. Get to know its hobbies. And less performance maybe, but less chance of bugs. Yeah, it's a thing of, I think making the dictionary might do less performance, but for a small project like mine, optimization's not on the #1 list, right? We want to get it working and then maybe optimize things. Right now, the game doesn't lag, but if it were to start lagging or were to start performing poorly, then optimization would be certainly something to look at. Right now, it's functions over optimization, and CPUs will get better by the time you finish your game. Hold on now, I only plan for it to come out like at the end of the year. How about that? And sugar and spice and everything nice. That is what it takes to create a perfect game dev streamer. Unfortunately, Professor Bobby accidentally added another substance, chaos, to a surprise. That only made it better. And now Eris Ezra affects every mind that sees her with eldritch energy. Oh man. That was a good show. Chaos, though, I'm telling you, not my thing. So let's see. Current type here, right? Now what we need to do is have a way to disable the game. Enable menu. Enable menu. E-N-A-B-L-E menu. And lucky for us, we do have a way to do that. I believe I have it as utility dot current game state. And then I think I set it equal to, and then utility dot current game state, or game state. So game state, and I think I set it to dot menu, in menu. Yeah, I think I do in menu. This way you can't move the player around. And then what we want to have happen is we want a way for it to deactivate, right? So we need to have a sort of input button. And I think I have this in my options menu. So if we go to options menu here, this guy here talks about all the game state stuff. We really don't even need to look at any of that. Just close your eyes. We just need to copy this guy, as this is our input. We'll probably have to come back here to mess around with the input, but for now, just this guy, and then we can go ahead and close. So let's see. Back here, you can go ahead and do this guy here. So our menu gets enabled already here, as it does that dot show. So we don't need that guy. We don't need any of these. We just need to see about this func input, as this detects the input you do for the character or anything in the game. So we'll go ahead and click this guy here. And then for our func input, or hold on, this guy needs to be there. So if event is not escape button, that's what this UI cancel is. So if it's not if you're not pressing the escape button, then don't do anything. But if you are pressing the escape button, it goes here. So if the event is this guy, or not is active. So not is active, as this lets us know that we're in the menu. Or not is active. So if it is active, then we'll go ahead and set is active to false. And then we'll go ahead and also say that our current game menu is here. So we'll go ahead and do this. This here, utility current game state equals in-game. So in_in-game. Then we'll also go ahead and we'll also need a close menu. So I think actually what we'll do is make a function called close menu. As if we select an option, and it is not is active. That is something to note with the words. And just a question, why rename item type to current type? Because the type switches, right? Because we have multiple types, it'll either be flavor or dish. We don't know which type is the current type. So instead of the I like current, since that means it probably switches. If it's item type, that probably means it stays the same. So for me, current means it changes. And oh, global variable? Yeah, got ya. No worries. Questions are always welcomed here. As yeah, wording, I think I updated the wording since last time we did stream over the week, where I changed the words a bit everywhere. For example, this is now item select icon. I think it was something else earlier, as this is the item select icon. This is the icon you select when you're choosing an item. So if we go back into here and to save, let's see. I think having a function called close menu is better, because when we select an item, we'll also have to close the menu, right? Let's see. We can do func and then do _close _menu. So instead, let's do this here and then do void and then move all of this guy into here like this. That way, whenever we want to close the menu, we can call this function. As I think when we choose the object, right, we have to close the menu. So instead of having this in the input area, let's just do close menu and do everything we need to do in here. So after we set the game state to in menu, well, before we do that, we need to do is for item in type grid. Let's go ahead and hide everything. So we hide everything in the menu, and doing something like this, right? We have that trade-off. So instead of saying hide this and hide this, just hide everything in the grid types. So that's one of the advantages of having that dictionary instead, since I can just go loop over everything instead of doing the dish grid.hide and then flavor grid.hide. That makes it easier. Well, it's one of the advantages, but again, it's a thing of the trade-offs. So let's see. We have this guy, so we hide everything once the menu is not active anymore. So is active equals false, we hide the menu, and then we do current game state equal to end game. So I think that's everything we need to do for now. We just need a way to activate the object now. So if we go back to this guy here and go back to our bookshelf, we're going to need an area where the player can interact with it. So what I believe I can do is do, let's see, I'm just gonna go to the customer here. Customer, I think customer's fine. We need the collision shape. Yeah, no, collision shape. We need an area 2D, I believe. So we go back to bookshelf, do an area. Yep, area 2D, a region that detects. So we want to do an area 2D, but the area 2D needs a collision shape. So what we'll then do is have a collision shape. So collision shape right here. Lovely. Okay, and our collision shape I think should be a rectangle. And then from here, what we can have happen is if the player stands in any of this area, then they select this bookshelf. So if I do about here, I'm thinking, right? Stand in front of the bookshelf. If we go back to the cafe, you can see, right? They have to stand either in front of this bookshelf or this bookshelf. I think that works out fine. However, what if we activate both bookshelves? Now, there's two ways, right? For example, if the player stands, and while we're here also, let me move. There should be like a cafe. Let's see. Cafe background, cafe location. Let me just move you to here, or maybe here. There you go. There we are. So when I teleport, but back at the player, right? There's going to be an issue where, and where's our player at? Player, there you are. Okay, move her over here. What if she stands here? What then? And Zelda theme always takes me back. Hopefully it's not too distracting. That was always my worry with doing the game backgrounds. However, these are the only ones I can find right now that are piano-feely, as I want the relaxing piano, but not too much. And let's see. Hi, Slime. Welcome in. And hold on. Let's just chill. I'll be watching and lurking while learning it down. Well, welcome in. I hope you have a lovely time just listening in. And how will I glitch the game to speedrun it? Oh man. So I question you and I ask you, in a scenario, right, where you're standing in both, what do you think should happen? Should the player activate the closest one? But what if you're standing in the center? What then becomes the closest one? A thing we could do, right, to easily fix this is move the bookshelf to the other side and just not think about it. But is it something we want to do? As maybe down the line, I fix the game, or not fix the game, but I change the layout of the cafe? Will we have this problem again, or will I always just remember, hey, don't put the bookshelves beside each other? Which one do you think I should do? As I think maybe, for our purpose, moving the bookshelves is a good idea, but maybe that's also a lot more running back and forth. Maybe we could move the cafe background backwards one, so we have more space behind it. That way we can move it over. There's different things we could do, but for now, the ads are about to start, so I'll let them do their thing, and then we'll continue. So I'll let them run, and while they're running, I'll get some tea. And let me dismiss this guy here. And I wanted to wait till the ad break with this. Okay, sure. I won't read that then. And let me go ahead and, wait till the ad break. Yeah, ad break's coming up. And let's see, colossal question coming up. The I'll be live ending on your website says I'm live 70 minutes before stream. I have to manually set it. As I said before, check out. Yesterday, I fell asleep. I fell asleep for the rest of the day. So usually I change it right after stream. That did not happen yesterday. It's manual. I haven't found a way for it to do it automatically, but rest assured it's manual. I have to go in there after stream and set it to I'm not live at the moment. That answers that question. And use the last object she was in? Interesting. And let me get some tea, and I'm thinking about it too. I made this tea too sweet. It's super sweet this time around. I don't usually add honey, but considering the circumstances, we're on an occasion. Okay, now for a second question. Sure. Let's see. I know, I want to learn HTML and CSS, as I think then I could customize and program my own timer. Or, yeah, timer to do certain days and certain hours. That would be the best bet. But right now, I'm still in the learning phases of those. Or you could have a menu pop up that allows you to pick between the two. That is another suggestion, yeah. And actually, let me go into concepts and write these down, as I think they're interesting questions to ask. Let's see, where's my clip guy here? Clip, this also sounds like a dramatic song. What? It's all the same as songs that are very dramatic. That's what I'm learning. Let's go back to this one here. Can you also tell this one's dramatic? And this one, not too dramatic. I'm saying a pattern. Let's see, clip here. Elevator pitch.
Emmalove_NWN
Hi, Emmalove. Welcome into stream. Sure. Hold your horses. Let me clip this and save this. And I didn't have a copy, so I'll wait till the next ad break. No worries. Let's see. Ad break still is in about 5 minutes or 50 seconds, so I think you can still have time. Hi, Lusk. Welcome in. And yeah, okay, good. Alrighty. Well, you all get nice and cozy. Stay right there. Since the elevator pitch was just redeemed, I'll see you in 1 second. All right.
Ableist subscribed on YouTube.
There we are. And hi to Ableist, is that how you say it? Welcome in, and thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Alrighty, so yeah, I believe by now you know the drill. You're here, I'm here. I have about 1 minute to pitch my lovely, amazing game to you. There's no exits, there's no stairways, there's no doors, there's no windows. It is only you, the elevator, and me. So why don't I make myself, approachable? Hi, hello, hold on. Hello there. I get another take at attempting to try the elevator pitch, so I don't have my index cards. And there's not a bit of time for me to join. Welcome in, Lusk. I have 1 minute to pitch my game to you. And that game, of course, is the game you just saw me working on, which is BAM! Necrotype Cafe. And gosh, this stream is so dramatic. Listen to our music. Dun dun dun. Alrighty then. I will click the timer and we'll get right into the timer. So here we go. Alright, I gotta remember. Things of that nature. Yep, okay. And go. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer who's sent by her necromancer family to this prestigious wizard magic academy. But she doesn't want to become a wizard, no. She wants to become a baker, a chef, and so she finds an abandoned part in the school, an abandoned lecture hall classroom, where she sets up a cafe, and she decorates it with all these shiny things, and customers come in, and these customers are your fellow wizard students or fellow wizard customers. They come in and they order stuff, and since this game is a rhythm typing cafe game, that's the cafe portion. But I'm sure questioning right now, where does the rhythm part come into play? Rhythm typing part. Well, in this game, the idea is that the magic is poetry. And so in order to create poems, in order to summon your food, to create the food, you have to type to the beat. You have to type to the rhythm. So you type up a nice, delicious poem for your delicious dishes that you have to send in and out. So it's a back and forth between serving customers and a back and forth between typing up beats and poems and rhythms and back and forth and running out of words. Oh no, okay, words, back and forth, mad dash, cute colors, food, games, yes. And that is my time. I'm really going to have to get cards. I'm running out the end. I'm scared. Don't be afraid, slime. Oh man. And back to our regularly scheduled program. And hold on. Is it Sanaline? Sinali? Maybe. Welcome into stream. And I'll have a lavender wrap with 2 tablespoons of tulip honey and 1 tablespoon of sea salt and goat's milk, please. Coming right up. Welcome in. And you spoke faster the timer you passed faster. I feel like halfway through I run out of words. Feels like you really only need 30 seconds. Maybe next time we'll do 30 seconds. See how well I do that. And just poems, yum. And she's the only person that slows down for the infomercial. I have to think about my words. Now, before the ad break, we were questioning the scenario where if we are between the 2 bookshelves, as when you interact, so when you're standing in this blue box, what do you expect to happen? Do you expect the menu to show up for this bookshelf? Or do you expect the menu to pop up for this bookshelf? What do you feel like should happen? And I was bringing you over to concepts. So concepts here, and you sound like you never leave a cafe. Super energy. Hyper energy. My issue is, I am not affected by caffeine. It is a sad thing. If I could get my energy from caffeine, we would be great to go. Imagine how productive I could be. But unfortunately, caffeine only makes me sleepy. So let's see. Let me scroll down here. Words. I'm looking for the suggestion. Let's see. Yep, there we are. The suggestion was here. Let's see. Or you can pick between 2. Yep. So let me copy this guy here. This was one suggestion that should happen. And then there was another one Preston also suggested. So let's see. Copy you here. There we are. And there is happy, there's excited, there's ecstatic, then there's Eris. All of the above. Option E. Let's see. Let me move that there. And then let me move you here. And can we add an advertising for McDonald's and Pizza Hut? No pizza here. It's a fancy academy. For me, what I'm thinking, and this is another, I just have to remove all of the Samus's songs I'm thinking. They're all so dramatic. And let me take this off to make things a little bit easier. There we are. Okay, so one suggestion I'm thinking is, right, maybe we just don't have the bookshelves beside each other, so there is never a scenario where you have to have the option pop up. So this is the pop up, yep. And then this is the player here, this is the player, this is her, yep, let's give her little hat, adorable wizard with chat, and then the little, there you are. Great drawing. So that is another suggestion, right? Where you can only stay in one instead of having them beside each other. But my question was, what if I change the layout in another setting, or maybe this isn't the final layout, and I accidentally move them together, and so it creates that bug. And HE double would freeze if you got both boosted by caffeine. I'd have unmatched unlimited power. And let's see. So you're saying your blood is better than caffeine? New merch. Oh man. I think having both pop up and...
BTuge Woo just redeemed IRL word ban. You can't say the...
I think you all just like seeing me suffer. Hold your horses. Let me pop up that timer there. The words there. Hold. Yep, there we go. Yep. Theme label. Nope, theme's not Sonic. Can't say the. There we are. That goes there. And then that timer there. It's hidden. This guy here. Yep. And then let me set it to be, I believe I set it to 3 minutes. Was this new timer. So let me go ahead and do tools. This guy here. Let's do you, I believe. Spare. Yep. You should be, let's see. You. And then to 3 minutes, I believe. There we are. Alrighty, so where were we? I was saying, I think she, I like, it's hard. Suggestion added should be great, correct. However, I think this isn't a good idea to have both pop up. If she happens to be, and let me move this guy down here, copy our selected area to make it easier to see both of them combined. Cave woman, ooga booga. I'll copy that guy and that guy, copy her. So this is a scenario. This guy is down here. We also have, oh, let me move this guy down here more. So it's overlapping. There we go. That makes more sense. And when I see all of this and everything, and could you just have closest one? What if you're standing directly in the center? Which would be the closest one? I believe that was a suggestion. And let me put that here. Closest one, C-L-O-S-E-S-T, closest one, O-N-E. Closest one, I think, is another good suggestion. Let me move back up here. So we have, or could have, a menu pop up that allows you to pick between both of them, or use the last. Okay. I gotta read slower. Use last object she was in. I think what would be best to do is go into the one. Go into one answer that was entered. I think that would be last object she was in. I think this one is best. Last object in. As then, if you step into the first one, last object she was in. So, how do we update this? Okay. How do we update this in code? I'm thinking it could be when you enter it, maybe we could have currently selected or entered for
Slime subscribed on
first.
YouTube.
And thank you for the subscription, Slime. Welcome into struggles and trials and tribulations. I think in older games, they only had a window pop up if you're in center of bookcase, but that was just for game lore, not a main mechanic. I have heard of that one before. I've got a question about flavor currency you mentioned earlier. Since before, player was meant to unlock flavors as game progressed, how will it work now? Will game wait until you unlock flavors or the pace? Why are there so many P's in that? I thought I was dodging it. Oh man. I think last object entered. Last object. Oh. BJECTERERED. Last object entered, I think. Correct? And hello, Saravan. Is that how you say it? Welcome into stream. Welcome to pain and struggles. I think. Okay, we're good. I think bookshelves should send a connection to menu, correct? It should send connection to menu, send signal to menu keep track of which bookcase is currently enabled. So we have current menu. I think it's also what we have at the moment. Hold on. I'm just gonna copy this and I'll restart it, don't you worry. Paste you here. move you two up here. Hide you, show you, don't hide you, show you. There you go. You get moved up here. Yep, there you go. Now, where were we? All right, if I click on Godot, move OBS here. I'll skip whatever word you say.
Just followed.
And hold on, let me get that name. I watch clown streamers. What a fitting name. Welcome in, and thank you for follow. What I was saying was, we have this interactable select screen, right? And since we have interaction screen, this guy... Oh, okay, we're good. We're good. I'm used to word being this. It's another word. Here we have center container and dish select screen, flavor select screen, and then interaction screen, which has type. If we go back to here, yes, okay. Interaction screen, interactable select screen. Okay, so what's different about these two? Where interaction screen is you. Okay.
Slime software just followed.
Thank you for the... Oh. It used to be 5 minutes, and now it's 3 minutes, and hello, slime software. Welcome in. I was saying, what's different about interaction screen versus interactable select screen? Oops. It's all right. Okay, let's see. Interaction screen is you, all right, and then we have interactable select screen. If I hide you and you, what is different about these two? Interaction screen is you. Interactable select screen is you. They're basically similar, right? And what happened to Twitch chat? Is it hidden? Hold on. Oh, you're right. No, it's working. You're A-okay, good to go. And see if you can get more people joining when you can't say words. I'm struggling at the moment. I think, let's see, interactable select screen, they both feel the same. And since we have better stuff going on here, interactable select screen, interaction screen. I think this here, let's delete interaction screen. I-N-T-E-R, interaction. I-N-T-E-R-A-C-T, interact at the moment. Did I? You know what? I'll believe you. Yeah, at the moment. Slime, you just got here. Hold on. Okay. Oh boy, got this. Just gotta not say that word. Less. I don't approve. Okay. Interactable select screen. Interaction screen. Why are you this and you're not this? Hide, show, hide, hide. Okay. Flavor select screen. Interaction screen. Okay, I see. And if we do interactable select screen, you are... Okay. I'm trying to wonder what they... I'm trying to wonder what these two are.
101 just
Hi,
followed.
Downgrade. Welcome. Thank you for follow. Where was I? Let's see. I think... Ooh, okay, we're good. Interactable select screen, interactable screen. That guy here, center container, and then you're a control node. For you, you are not center container, which means, okay, it's really hard to try to figure these out. Hi. Welcome to suffering. Interactable select screen, gonna change you to be center, not center, canvas layer here, change, and if we go back up here, we're going to make sure you are extends into canvas, yep, canvas layer, lovely. All of our code right now is currently here, so we'll keep it here, which means we'll delete interaction screen. As that guy, oh, okay, we're good. And hi, Aaron boy. Welcome in. I'll go ahead and delete interaction screen. I've never been more confused. Interaction screen. Yep. Interaction screen. Delete you. Don't need you. You shall be deleted. Remove. Remove you here as well. Delete. Don't save. Save you. Correct. Interaction select screen. Okay. Interactable select screen. I like interaction, I-N-T-E-R-A-C. Interaction select. Isn't that what you are? Interaction select screen. Hold on. Yeah, okay. You'll stay the way... Where were we? You are there. Cafe screen here. Save cafe screen. Go back to you. Make you bigger. Close you here. Go back down here. Bookshelf here. Interactable select screen. Correct. Make you not canvas layer. Close you. Close you. Hide you here. Save you. We're back on interactable select screen. This guy will be populated. Ooga booga. Welcome in, Nuke Bird. Indeed. Boog. Oog.
Nuke_bird just followed.
Welcome in. As I said, pain. And welcome back, Rudy. Alrighty, interactable select screen. Right now, I'm thinking we need is active, current type. We need to have current bookshelf. So what we'll do here is at our bookshelf, so not save, discard save, go back to bookshelf, and I suggest a slow character voiceover. It's hard to speak slowly. Hold on. Okay, I am thinking through all the words I am saying currently. Back at our bookshelf, I want to extend and I want to give it a new type. So instead, type shall be, if I click save, it'll be class_name, and then we'll have class name bookshelf, right? And bookshelf, class name. Random ooga booga. Class name bookshelf. Then what we can do is go back to interactable select screen here and do export var current book_shelf. And then we set it to bookshelf equal to null. There we are. And then from here, what we'll do is have, I think we're good. What we'll do is have bookshelf here, defunct, and then we should have a, when you enter, and how have you made GDScript easier for you to learn? I will explain once 28 seconds are up. There doesn't count, it does not. It does not. I'll explain arrow. Once that guy's over, we have interactable select screen, script here, yes. From here, I want to do a signal when player enters, right? We go back to bookshelf, and in our area 2D, there should be an area entered or body entered, I believe, for player. Right? Right up. Oh, that was the hardest one to date. He might have been here forever if any words including D would count. Oh man. Okay, so what I was saying before. I have a background in C++ and in Visual Studio. I dropped out of high school. I dropped out of college after trying to learn game development through C++. Good job, thank you. Oh man. And from there, what I did was I learned Godot. So I only know C++, then learned GDScript, which is comparable to Python. I don't know Python either. But how I got started was watching a lot of tutorials. What I'm currently doing at the moment is I'm compiling a lot of Godot channels I can find on YouTube, as well as a playlist for videos to learn Godot. So hopefully that'll come out by the end of this month. But that was a really good question, as in, how have you made it easier? Watching a lot of videos and trying a lot of things has been the easiest thing for me to do. Not for dropping out, for doing the challenge. Thank you, Lusk. Oh Oh man, that's the best recommendation I can give though, Arrow, is to watch tutorials, but also take notes on tutorials. And oh wow, didn't expect to hear C++ here. My suffering continues since 2009, so I don't mind keep going. Well, that's the thing. I was in college for C++, but I thought, oh, this is the language you learn for game development. But I didn't ever get to make a game in an engine. It was just Visual Studio. So I have a C++ flashbacks, that is for sure. What I want to happen is I believe it's body entered because it is the player entered, right? So we can go ahead and connect this to bookshelf. And on area entered 2D body, what we want to do, if body.parent, or get parent, I think, body.getParent, so get parent, and then equals player, or if body.getParent is player, so what we're trying to check right now is if the player has entered the body. And that's the best recommendation I can give you. Drop out of college. That's not what I said. That is not what I said. For me, college was difficult to learn and understand. For me, what's been easiest is learning at my own pace. Very different. And I'm telling you, if we ban giggling she's dude, it's not a word, so it doesn't count. I want to go back to the player, right? So player here, and I want to see, because I'm doing get parent, right? Right now the player's body, I believe, is this hitbox, I think, is the body. So that's why we're doing get parent. So we get the parent, and if it is player, that's the thing we do. And see what happens to mute ourselves if we ban giggling? I just have to get super serious and think that the destruction and the words and serious, no happy joy time. Let's see. So if the body is the player, right? Then what we'll do is do utility dot emit, and then we'll do utility dot player entered bookcase area. Yeah, utility dot player entered bookcase underscore area, and then we'll do dot emit. So player entered bookcase area dot emit, and then we'll emit the bookcase, so self, and then we'll just do another signal. So if we go here and do utility for here, right? As well, we'll need a player. Well, it only works if you're in the area, so I think it's okay. And wait till she talks about spreadsheets for making money. That was not from, it was for tokens. A very different thing. So your utility will emit a signal when the player enters the room. Let's go ahead and check this by doing, let's see, we'll do print or utility dot, and then we'll do print, so print a debug message, and we'll say here, hello, there we are. And no matter what path you choose, understanding memory is cool thingy, all these pointers, references, valid, free, no, delete, You just hit me with pain. If it's one thing I didn't like, it was memory allocation and pointers. It was making sure to clear the pointers and not have memory leaks. And there are really a lot of programmers who don't understand the importance of memory. It is important, I do agree. It was just painful, and binaries and things like that. And I believe playing around with C and C++ may change the way people think about code. Delete this. Oh. You gave me flashbacks, and please make it print hello world. Sure. Hello world. There you are. And the most fun part. Maybe one day I'll go back and not be scarred. So let's give a quick try with this to make sure that the bookshelf is doing bookshelf things. Let's also make sure that the signal does it properly. So go and save you here. Go back into utilities. So utilities, right? Utility. And let's make sure, let's see, customer signal, player. We're looking for our signals. So let's see. Entity signals, ghost signals. You're so not supposed to be like that. Entity, ghost, customer, tutorial, spellcasting, dish, debug. Yep. Screen, menu signals, level, book signals, ghost signals, customer progress, spellcasting, calibration. There's these signals telling you. These are going to get cleaned up one day. For now, this is also a variable. We'll just do it here. I think this is fine. Signal, player entered bookcase, and it'll be a bookcase. So let's see. Entered bookcase, and we'll do bookcase. There we are. And the true pointers are the self faults we made along the way, or seg faults we made along the way. It's definitely an interesting topic. It just pains me. And let's see, bookcase is not in the current scope. How did I spell bookcase? Let's go back to bookcase. Bookcase. Oh, bookshelf. I see. entered bookshelf. Bookshelf. Player entered bookcase. Ooh. It's always the wording that gets me. Bookshelf. And let's see. Just to test, let's see if you can last 1 minute without giggling. 0. It's not a thing I have to do, so I will not. Why would I want to exist in a world without giggles and ha-has? And let's see. I'm surprised she doesn't have a spreadsheet on how to pronounce everyone's name. That would be handy. However, I would have to stop to read the bookshelf and read the spreadsheet and also enter things into the spreadsheet. Let's go back to our bookshelf. So bookshelf screen here. And we have to make sure this says player entered bookshelf. There we are. And go back into options menu, close, utility here. Yep, okay. We should be good to go. Let's give it a try. So go back into play here. And real Mindy, they're called brutal and unprotected. No helmets, no tricycle gear. Let me go ahead. Nope, my throat. Hold on. We're good. Let's see. I'll go ahead and I will bring up Godot here. Where's this Godot? And then Godot. There we are. Lovely. And go into the game here. So let's see. You, this mine. Oh, and hydrate.
Thank
you for that one. And would you look at
hydrate.
That? We have a bug, or a crash rather. Look, great news. Let me go ahead and stop this, and I'll make sure I hydrate before I dehydrate. So let me get some hydration. Ingest, is that how you say it? Welcome into stream. Hello. Let me get some water. What we're currently doing is we're making menus for the player to interact with. So for example here, what we want to have happen is if we go to cafe here and go to you here, we want a message to show up in the chat, in the output when the player walks into these areas. And thank you too. Hold on, let me get that name. Don't watch me code. What a lovely name. Welcome in.
In just 90 just
to you as well. Welcome into you as well. Welcome to you both. And gotta go. Nice seeing you. Bye, everyone. Thank you for coming, Arrow. I hope you have a lovely time doing whatever you get up to. Quality ADHD-driven development. I assure you. Everything is going according to plan. Saying that, let's fix what was not going according to plan. If I go back into here, I also wanted to print the name of the bookshelf. So if we go back to bookshelf here, hello world, and then something I learned recently is if I do comma, you don't have to do plus, but it's weird. I want to do hello world plus and then name, something like this. Yeah, and then do space. Hello world name. Yep. And the growth is insane these last few days. Welcome everyone. It truly has been. And Dee Dee, welcome everyone. Let's see. On body entered, and I want to get the name of the bookshelf. Yep. I think that's good to go. Okay. Saying that, let's go ahead and click play again. Oh, wait, never mind. We're not good to go. We need to go back to the interactable select screen. So this guy here, right? And we're getting a bug up here. Somewhere here. Hold your horses. I'll click play and see what we get again. And the menu will open when they enter the bookshelf. No. You have to press the button. Right now, we're trying to figure out what menu to open. So right now, we just need to keep track of where the player's at. And then when the player presses the button, then the menu pops up. But we need to know where we're at in terms of location. So levels here. Okay, it was here. Interactable select screen. Yep. And grid container, get child focus. I see. Okay, in that case, let's not focus the child. We will focus the current child. Hold on. Get child.focus. I will move this ready code here. So I'll go ahead and save it. And then back here on our input and close menu and activate. When we activate, we'll do this here. So instead of this grid container get child, we'll do type to grid current type get focus. So we'll do this guy instead when we activate it. Okay, save it again, try it again. Let's see how things go. Alrighty, levels here. What are you angry at are here. Grid container, there's no more grid container, so we can go ahead and delete that. And also the player isn't in the proper place. They're here. You need to move. Oh, redo. Okay. Move the player. So grab the player again. Player, yeah. Player, you need to be, oh, no, player. I'm selecting the player. You're not the player. Player, move. Here. Yep, we're bringing her about here. There you are. Save. Play again. And ban this again. No, that was classic. 0. Don't give him any ideas. And let's see. Link buttons. For now, we'll just skip this. So, pass. We'll deal with that when the time comes. Okay. I think we're good. And it's not going to be happy because the scene's running. So save and then play. And wife do, ooga booga, wife's cute, life good. Caveman speak is very funny. I can agree to that. So now if I click play, no angry things. Player is here and it's the Hugo. Hi! Hi, hello, welcome into things working now. And this. So what we're currently working on right now is we're trying to get a menu. We're trying to detect when the player is in a certain area. So for example, when I walk into this area of the bookcase, you can see, I wanted to say player has entered bookcase 1 or bookcase 2. We're looking for it to appear down here. So if I go ahead and enter this area, oh, hold on, I gotta click. Right here, player's entered spellcasting zone. So we're not getting any indication the player's entered, and I think I know why. I think the issue is the detection. What I have to do is go back into here, right? And in our area 2D inspector, let me turn on the music for a second. Collision shape, let's see. There's a way to do it. Area 2D, yep. Collision, there we are. We need, so how layers work, layers and masks work, I believe layer is the layer you live in, mask is the layer you detect. So for example, we live in the world layer, that's layer 1. We want to detect the player, so we need to go to the 2. Mask is 2. Now let's try. I think this is the issue, so we'll see. And when you're in the space, you can also pop up a window that says, Schrodinger's bookshelf activated. You're now at both bookshelves and not either of them. That sounds like a very silly thing. And I have no clue how Godot works. No worries. I am still learning Godot. This is my second game I've ever made, so I'm still certainly learning. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them as I try my best to answer them. A lot of it right now is just menus and trying to make sure the player is working. So for example, we want the message to appear. So if I go back to here, no, I want the player to appear. And to make things a little bit easier, what I can do is I can enable the hitbox. So the collision shapes, that's what it's called. I call it the hitbox. It is kind of like a hitbox. And if we go back to here, levels, do all of these things, now you can see the area that you should enter. And I switched to Godot recently after Years of Unity. Interesting. And I regret nothing. I regret not switching sooner. Having a great time with it so far. I've heard a lot of people say, since they've tried other things, it's been a lot easier. And what language do you use to make Console Cafe Simulator? That was in Visual Studio. That was my final project before I dropped out of high school. Not high school. I keep saying high school. College. Dropped out of college. C++. It was made in Visual Studio using C++. And when you're in, I did read that. Good. And can you transfer projects to GM? What's GM mean? Game Maker? I'm guessing Game Maker Studio, I think is what it's called. I wouldn't know. I'm still very much a beginner myself. But we're still not getting the messages shown up when the player enters. So let's see. Sprite? No. Collision shape? No. Area. Let me go ahead and click you. Is it because, let's see, on body entered. Are we getting a body entered in the first place? Let's go back to here, right? And what we'll do is we'll print the body. Print body. Let's see what happens when we do that. And dropped out of high school? Oh, no. I graduated with the cum laude for high school. Oh man, I almost said the wrong wording. All right, go back to here. I want to see what it prints out when we enter the area. There we go, player. So maybe that's why it's not entering, because we don't need the parent. So instead, what we'll do is, if body is player, try that instead. Now let's do that. And hi, Arcguru. It's been a second since I've seen that name. Welcome back in. Welcome back to stream. Let's see. Now, item spawn, go back here. And there we are. Hello world, bookshelf 2. Hello world, bookshelf. Bookshelf. We did it. Good. And now we need to keep track of the most recent bookshelf. So we can go ahead and close this guy here. And I might switch to Godot. I know C#, but not C++. Interesting. I don't know the differences between them too much. I don't know the differences between them too much. And let's see. So I'd have to learn a bit and also a lot actually, because there's a lot more stuff with a game engine compared to an IDE. Yeah, that was my thing. I was being taught an IDE. I believe that is what Visual Studio is. And I wanted to work in an engine. And hi, Chairman of Gaming. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome. And C# is just C++. Interesting. And happy to be here. Welcome on in. So let's see. Once the sky emits, right? We then have to connect it. So utility, player entered, this guy here. We go back to our interaction select screen. Go back up here, right? And we're just connecting the, what is it called? The signals. So I can go here, go you, player enter bookshelf.connect. And then let's go ahead and do assign, ASSIGN, assign bookshelf, BOOKSHELF, like this. And this is going to be a function. So we'll go to, let's do it here. This is fine. Set icons. So it'll be func, and then it'll be underscore, and then all this, and then it'll be void. So void, and then we'll go ahead and do if current bookshelf. Oh, hold on. We need to have bookshelf. So let's see. I believe it's called bookshelf, unless I said bookcase again. And C#. Do you mean Microsoft Java? So C++ squared. And another type idea would be to automatically have the avatar move automatically past the problematic spot. It would be, yeah, but that would involve movement and everything, and I'm not too confident in that area yet with navigation and animations and things of that nature. I'd like to have smooth animations, but right now, customers snap to their seats. And I want to have smoother animations. So let's see. If current, or if, let's see, bookshelf. What are we calling it? Yeah, current bookshelf. If current bookshelf equal, and we need it to be new bookshelf, and then it's going to be a bookshelf. So if the current bookshelf equals, oh, actually, let's set it to not equal. So if it's not equal to the new bookshelf, then we set it to the new bookshelf, like this. And then we can go ahead and do current bookshelf equals you, like that. And then what we do is at this activate, right? What we do is if, and then we can say if current bookshelf, if current bookshelf dot, and then we can go ahead and say item type. So it should have an item type, I believe. If we go back to bookshelf, this guy here, and then we do dot type. Yep. So if we go into our interactable screen, so dot type equal is not equal to item type. However, I don't know if I like that because, right, what if we run into the scenario where we have a lot of different bookshelves of the same type in the cafe? That could be a thing, maybe for a fun special level, but it's also maybe a thing of, maybe I'm thinking too ahead into the future. So for example, right now I'm testing it based off of item type, which just means in my cafe, there's one of every type. So I'm not going to run into the problem of there being multiple of the same type. However, maybe there's a fun level I do where the item type, there's multiples of each around the area and you have to dash back and forth. So it's a thing of, do I worry about that for the future or do I just worry about the now? And I think at least for right now, because it also wouldn't be too difficult to have activate the item type in the bookshelf. Yeah, let's do that. I think that would be good. And bookshelves should fight with each other to decide who's the best. Fight to the death. Let's see. Bookshelf. Wait. Let's see. Bookshelf. And then we'll do, if current bookshelf is not equal to bookshelf, then we return. So return, like that. And then after our activate, so we can go ahead and do bookshelf, you here, and save it, you here. And then on that activate, open item select screen, go ahead and do comma here, you here, bookshelf name, yep. And then let's go ahead and do Control-Shift-F, which should let us search the whole program to see where I use the signal at. I should only use it in 3 places. And can't you use instances ID? I've never heard of those. Are those like the UIDs, I think? Possibly? In that sense, I don't know. Is it possible? Yeah, I think you can. For me, at least I like passing in the item to see, is this me? If it's not me, go away. That's what I like doing. But again, it's that thing of, maybe it's not the most optimal, or there's plenty of different ways to do it. And bash ++ exists. Never heard of bash, and all I know is bash, PowerShell, and Rust. I just like how you stack ++ on top of it. Makes it sharp. I don't know too much coding history, though that was the first thing they tackled when back in college. And going to punish myself for existing with the pain we all know and we deserve to feel okay. I'm going to the gym. Best of luck, Zero. I hope you have a lot of fun at the gym. No, it's not usually fun, but I hope you can make it fun, as working out's good for the soul. So let's see. Back on our emit, so this guy here, what we'll do is do self. And then from here on our activate, utility.activate, yep, and type bookshelf. So now it should send in the bookshelf here and steer edge.
Lost the SH4 down,
Sure.
just redeemed
Let's see. Gotta go to the left, and then to the right, and then back, and then forward. There we are. And a theoretical question. Could I redeem the voiceover and the word band back to back? It's a theoretical question. I'm definitely not scheming something. For now, since I don't have the brain capacity to do multitasking, No. They would go in order. So whichever one you did first, I would do that one, and then the next one, as I think that's happened before, and they've been stacked, and I could not compute. So to answer your question, no, they would not stack. And hi, World Explorer. Welcome in. Hello. Welcome to stream. I think you were here the other day, so welcome back. But if not, welcome for the first time. Saying that, let me go ahead and save this guy here. And now let's check. We need an activate button, right? And that's just going to be the interact button. So if we go to player here, let's check the button for activate. I believe it's like an interact button. So if I go into inputs here and go into, if not input is just action interact. So I'll go ahead and copy this and have fun, Zero. Yeah, you got this. Bash is a major part of Linux. Oh, that's why I don't know it. Or as I have started calling it, GNU/Linux. That stands for Born Again Shell. Oh, it's like command prompt in Windows. Interesting. And I like how you called it utility. I've been calling it signal manager, but I guess your utility has more than just signals. Yeah, it has, I think, file parsers. If I go into utility here, let's just take a quick old look here. It has some signals. It also has like variables. So for example, let's see, change controls, random generator, beat timers that aren't the thing anymore. We also have some offsets and variables, and I think some functions down here, like a print debug message that prints especially on screen. So there's a lot of things on here, like for example, even dish grade, score grade, a lot of things that probably should be in different universals, but I have them in here for now. And hi, oh, how do you say it? Shoshine yourself? Is that how you say it? Welcome in. I probably butchered that. If you can't, tell me how to say it a little bit better and I'll try. But welcome in. Hi. And let's see. Just delay the release date by a year to learn multitasking. Easy. And also the voiceover limited to 1 per stream like the pitch? I don't believe so. I think it's limited to once per hour. I think. I'll have to check again. I'm always trying to tweak the redeems. So let me go ahead and save this guy. Close player here. Go back to OR. We don't need to. Interactable. We don't need to. Dish. We don't need to. Book. We don't need to. We just need the interactable select screen. So I believe this guy here. Nope. Bookshelf. So on activate. So let's see. Funk ready. Yeah. Okay. So what we need to do is say, go back to here and on activate. So how do we do activate? Okay. If... Tricky. First, we need to check if the player is in an area. If the player is not in an area... Yeah, okay. If current bookshelf equal. So what we'll do is, if... Ooh, this is tricky. Okay, hold on. Let me explain why it's tricky. It's probably not actually tricky, but for me, I'm thinking it's a little tricky. And I can't wait till we add motion controls in VR. I've still yet to set up my VR since moving. I really need to get on that. Let me go here, and I'll explain why I'm struggling a little bit, and let me hide these guys as well, as I'm no longer bounded by words. So we have a few things going on here. We have the bookshelf, right? So book, B-O-O-K, book, S-H-E-L-F, bookshelf. And we also have the menu. So menu, M-E-N-U. And this bookshelf has an area. So go ahead and make a little dot here and do area. A-R-E-A. And the menu currently has a current bookshelf. So current, C-U-R-R-E-N-T. Current bookshelf. B-O-O-K-S-H-E-L-F. Current bookshelf. And the issue is right now, we want it to be when you press the button. So when you press E, which is the interact button, so go ahead and do a little E here. When you press E, I want it to activate if you're in the area. I don't want it to be where it checks to see if we're in the bookshelf area. However, maybe it's a good idea. You know, it's serious when she visits the thinking zone. I gotta think. And I'll be tuning out for now. No worries, Lesk, and thanks for coming by. I hope you've been getting better over the days. You know, as you said, you weren't feeling quite well, so I hope you have a speedy recovery. Let's see. I'm thinking, right, maybe our current bookshelf is the guy we check. We also check to see if you've exited a bookshelf. So if you've exited a bookshelf and Chia, behave. Angry. I do appreciate it. I'm thinking we have a signal for when you enter and exit. And if in area E input is available, yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? because we want it to press E. You should, if you're in an area, E is available to use. So I'm thinking, right, if the menu knows you're in an area, then it goes ahead with the detection. So if I go back into programming here, I'm thinking it'd be best to do for a bookshelf, right, an open and on area entered, and also do an on area exited. An anarchy! I'm so glad I added the that emote for YouTube. It's one of my favorites. Let me go ahead, and what we'll do is back on our bookshelf, right? For area 2D, we'll also do body exited. So connect to this guy here and do body exited, and then we'll do here and do you here. And if body is player, do this, and player entered, we'll do exited. So EXITED, player exited bookshelf. We'll go ahead and do Control-Shift-F here. Fine. Find it in the utility. So we'll just add, I think, another signal. And sure thing, Mr. Mod. Let's see. Player exited, entered, yep. And then back in utility here. All I'll do is do you here, do signal exited, and then we'll go into our interactable select screen. And I'm thinking, right, all we do here is assign bookshelf, player exited. So EXIT. Oh, well, I could actually just do this. Copy and paste and assign bookshelf, and I can do unassign. And you could make the argument, right, for this to be one function and then maybe have a true and false. That's an idea. But for me, I think it's easier to know. It's like for getters and setters. You could do a get set command in the same function, but I like it when functions do one thing instead. So instead, we have entered and exited. And big yo, is it 3STAAF? Welcome in. Or maybe it's AF. You can tell me how close I got, and I can try to correct myself, but welcome in. Big yo. Yo. Welcome in. So let's see. Unassign. UNASSIGN. There we are. So unassign, and then back to assign bookshelf. And then what we can do here is do thirst. I have had some water earlier. I need water. You need to make sure you get on that and hydrate before you dehydrate. Water is very important. I've got 2 bottles here and tea, just in case I need it. So then we have assign, and we also have unassign. And then here we have if current bookshelf is not equal to. So if it equals, then we set this equal to null. So now we should have a way to say if it is null or not. That way when we do assign, right, and activate, if current bookshelf is not the bookshelf that we have here, then return. So I think this takes care of our other issue, I think. And speaking of water, let me get some. So give me 1 second. Tasty. Okay, saying all that, I think we're good to go now. And let me go ahead and save here. Let me go ahead and do you here. And it's probably going to break, but this is the moment of truth. Truth. This is the moment of truth. There we are. And let me go ahead and do you. And let me make sure it's enabled so you can see it. This guy here, and then this guy here. Yep, there we are. Save, and okay, lovely. Okay, so levels here, go here. Let's go into here. And now if we enter in this area, so we go here, player entered. Ooh, we'll need to get that area bigger. Truth. But you go near the bookshelf, and it should allow you to see. Interesting, it's not saying it anymore. Oh, I remembered. I made it so it didn't say the things. But if I do E here, interesting. All right, let's add some debugging words so we can see what's going on. So on this, activate all of these guys here. So I'll go ahead and print utility dot debug, print debug message, player tried to activate menu. Menu using bookshelf, and then we'll do you, and then do plus bookshelf dot name, like that. And we'll do that for there. And then we'll also do one for the bookshelf. So on body exited, player has left body. So let me do here. Player has left. So player has left bookshelf. Player has left bookshelf. And then player has entered. Let's add some comments here to make things easier to read. So player has left bookshelf. Player has entered. And for the dot name, we just need to do name, as this is the bookshelf itself. Okay, now let's give it a go. If I go ahead and click on play here, what are we saying? I should be able to mute the audio to make things a little bit easier to hear. Alrighty, levels, back to here, Now, player entered spellcasting zone. Let's see. And it'd be amazing if you would do a redeem discount for the anniversary month draw together. Everything costing only 1 point less, obviously. I'll set everything to have .99 or something. But I've got to start planning. You make a great point, as that's going to be a lot of fun, I think. And it should be a lot of fun. So player has entered bookshelf 2. Player has left bookshelf 2. Entered bookshelf 2. Exited. Has left bookshelf. Entered bookshelf. And I think we need another color here. So let's do another color, as I think this blue is not a good color. So if I go into my utility area, it's pretty easy to set up a color the way I have it. We go all the way down here, and then I just do a different color. So for example, I can do, if I slide over here, what colors do we have? We can do, let's see, maybe call it area. So I'll do area here, and then we do debug color dot area. And then let's see, color dot, what colors do we have? Actually, there's a really easy way to check. I add an area for in my obsidian. So we go here, right? And then I think if I click on this search guy and do color, and then do, let's see, do targets, notice board, draft, version, to-do list. Oh no, it's not easy. That guy there? No. Okay. There should be quick glance, I think. Yeah, this guy here. Colors. These are all the colors available for Godot. And I'm thinking maybe we can do like, maybe dark sea green could be fun to do. Maybe teal. We've done teal before. So maybe purple. Let's do purple. Or actually, let's do hot pink. I feel like that could be fun. So we'll do hot pink as the color. So let's go back into here. And what we'll do is hot underscore pink. So now what we can have happen is if I copy this guy, we go back into our bookshelf. What we do is we do a comma here, and then I can set the color. So comma, comma here. And this should work. Debug color, it should be utility dot debug color. And this should allow us to see the messages a lot clearer. And it's a really weird color organization on that chart. This is the official chart, I believe, for Godot. All of these guys here. I keep this chart up since it makes it really easy to see what's going on with the colors and the words. But I can't say, yeah, it's a little weird. And then there's transparent as a color, which is interesting too. Let me go ahead and go back to, let's see, this guy here. And so now that we have it as a different color, it should be easier to see. So if I go ahead and click play now, it should show up as pink, which should make it easier to debug. Let me set the music down. And salmon color, fish invasion. Salmon is indeed a color. Also, the current state menu stuff, let me also delete that. I believe it should be in menu? Menu background, option menu, menu DD. Let's see, current state, new state. Where are you at? Control Shift F. Current state. Where are we finding that at? Current state is found here. Found ya. Just gonna do this. And a new state should be you. There we are, less comments. And, oh, imagine having to do all this in hexadecimal. I could not. Oh man, that's another world. So let me go back to here, right? Do you here, and do you, and then do you. There we are, okay. So back into levels, back to you here. Now we should see it turn pink when I enter. There we are, player has entered bookshelf. Player has left bookshelf. Entered, left. Entered, left. Maybe they should be different colors. And then we have bookshelf 1 here. So bookshelf, 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 bookshelf. We enter here, entered left. And then when I click E, nothing's happening. Interesting. Okay. So it's something to do with the interact button, as we are getting these guys, but right now for some reason, interact's not working. So let's go back into our bookshelves here. We can go ahead and comment out these guys since we know that this part is working itself. Then from there, let's go here. And it's something to do with this. Activate is not activating. Oh, I know why. Hold on. Input. If not UI cancel. What we can do is, if event is, so let's go back to bookshelf. We need to do player. Back in player here. We're not actually doing the activate button here. Yeah. If not interaction here. Input. So if input is action just press interact, this and then return, return. And if so, we can go ahead and I see. Gaia. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll move this guy here to bookshelf and do you and you. Yep. And open, let's see, item select type. Yep. So we'll go ahead and do if it is interact, open. There we are. And let's see. Having a mimic buddy would be fun. Funny you mentioned that. And play has been consumed by the bookshelf. The bookshelf was a mimic. The idea right now is that the trash can in the game can be a little mimic. I really like that idea, that it's a little mimic, so when you put stuff in the trash can, you feed it. And the things we do for bookshelves. Oh yeah, I feel like I'm doing something a little bit more convoluted than I need to, but it's a work in progress. And let's see, don't you hate when you're chilling at home and then you find a witch messing with your bookshelf? An instant mood killer. She's just reorganizing things, and oh, ad break already. My goodness. Hold on. Let it run its thing while I have some more tea. Let's see. Delicious. And we still have 2 hours, so I think we'll be able to finish up the menu today. If not today, I hope to finish it after stream, as I really think this shouldn't take too long, and we have so much to do that at least this portion of it shouldn't be too painful. It's just a matter of sitting down to do the thing. I tried my best to work on the game, and doing these streams at least allows me to do it once a week, updating it continuously. However, I do think doing it during the week helps. But there's some times where I can't get around to doing it, so at least doing it, setting time away, or setting time aside, at minimum, working on it 4 hours once a week has helped development progress. And the trash can has to say, it's a living. What do you mean? And since it's a break now, could I send over again this question I sent during the word ban? Yep, feel free to. Well, I also have some water. Let me grab a drink. I do miss the classical music, but the classical music was copyrighted apparently. Even though it was playing through like a program, I had like a game program, but rather not. And hi Dash the Guy, welcome in. Dash the Guy has returned after a prolonged rest. I'm happy to hear you're well rested and more water.
Slime software just redeemed hydrate.
I suppose. Sure. And Earswism is at it again. Working on my game once a week is good, but working on it more gets more done. Paraphrased, of course. Easy. Let's see, more water, hold on. Okay. Water has been done, and now, and gosh, kids these days don't get the Flintstones references. I've seen Flintstones, it was just so long ago in my memory. But I was such a fan of Boomerang. Now let's see, about that question you had. I've got a question earlier about the flavor currency. Since before the player was meant to unlock flavors as the game progressed, how will it work now? Will the game wait until you unlock flavors, or the paste? You unlock flavors will be set. The player will get a set amount of currency each day, and the other currency will be bonus once you get for good performance. Right. So I haven't figured out how I want to have it overall, the overall system, but I'm thinking, right, the game takes place during a semester, so we'll say like 4 weeks. So maybe the whole amount of levels would be maybe around that 28 mark for a whole month feel. And at the end of the week, I'm thinking maybe you get flavors unlocked. However, during the game mode itself, maybe the unlocks, maybe they aren't flavors, or maybe you unlock them every 2 per week. And then this music's too dramatic. It's once again Samus. How about this one? There we are, better. And I'm thinking food or the dishes will be the things that are unlocked that you can use for currency. But that's something we'll certainly have to consider when we get to the currency feel, as I don't think I have it charted on the board. And welcome back for the ad break. We were just talking about mechanics and unlocking items. And let's see, I'm here to bring my stupidness into this. So that's downplaying yourself. I'm sure you're big smart. And a lot of different areas that I am not. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. What were we before the ad? I believe if I go back here, let's see, script here. And yep, on open. So what we want to happen is we want the input. So I'll go ahead and do this guy up here, move you up here, and func for open, this guy here. Yep. And then what we do is do open. Now it's another thing of, do we do this open guy in here? Maybe there's another reason why we would want to open the bookshelf, but for right now, I think this is okay. So we'll do if input is just press, interact. And it's again that thing of if body is entered, we could have this guy say, I'm entered right now. I'm not entered right now. But I think the menu handling it is a little bit better. And a raccoon holding you hostage and forcing you to pay a month rent for a cafe. It's not even the month's rent. You're just trying to prove your family wrong, that I don't have to become a lawyer. I can be an artist. That's the sentiment we're going for in the game. Let me go ahead and mute this guy here. And actually, those songs are from Metroid, and Samus is a name for the protagonist. You do make a fair point. I'm just used to calling it Samus. If I click back on the Spotify thing, it does say, it doesn't even say. I just remember Samus. That's the thing.
3SD_AF just
thirst?
followed.
Is that how you say it? Thirstaff? Is that how you say it? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So let me go back to levels, and let me go back to no one spawns. All right, let's try again. We have entered the area, and if I do E, oh, player tried activating. Ooh, that's not good. That is not good. And the menu's also not enabled. Interesting. We have very things going wrong. And if your game will be popular, you'll need to open your own cafe shop. I love cafe games. I love restaurant games. So this is one of my favorites. It's just a thing of, oh, I've done one before, I can certainly say, but I wanna have graphics and everything for the foods. And I did read that. Good. So let's see. Why is it angry? Player tried to activate menu using bookshelf. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. It's doing something a lot of different times. So, what we can have instead happen, I guess. Or what can we do? If player is in bookshelf, player not in bookshelf, and hi Andy Norak, is that how you say it? Welcome in. And first time here, this is cool. I'm just starting to learn Godot. Well, you're in the right place, as I'm learning Godot too. To get you caught up to speed on what we're trying to do right now, we have 2 different bookshelves, and when you open up the bookshelf, a different menu should pop up. So if you're on this bookshelf, one menu should pop up, and if you're in the area of this bookshelf, another menu should pop up. But right now, if you can see towards the comments, a lot of stuff is going wrong. Right now, when we enter this area, it's saying things we don't want it to say. Something's angry, and can't wait for the final boss against the food inspector. I'm thinking each week, the new flavor that gets added is not the class president, but the person who's the head of the house of that specific wizard region. So for example, Gabriella's the head of necromancy, and then you have one for pyromancy and so on and so forth. So if you get their approval, you get those customers coming in next week. That's the idea, at least. So let me go ahead and save this. And why are you angry? Player tried to activate menu using bookshelf. Okay, what I'll do is I'll press the button once. Let's see if, never mind, hold on. If we go back into bookshelf here, I think I know the issue. Let's go into here, and we don't need any of this because we do a clearing of menu here. So let's do this instead. See what happens now. And cryptomancy will just be a dude selling his crypto. Why not like a knowledge master, right? For lore, or for what would you call it? I forget. But it's all the spooky characters, like Ghost and yeah, those type of guys. And I haven't gotten to the menu tutorials yet, so no idea. Oh, no worries. I am struggling at the moment. Right now, we're trying to, and final boss has to be the mom. I feel like it'd be her whole family because she comes from a long line of necromancers. And lore master might be trademark. I don't think it'd be lore master. I think cryptomancy would be a fun one to do. So let's go into this bookshelf, right? Go into this guy here. I press E. Okay, yeah, that's what it was. The message was only sending it one. So you see it says player tried to activate menu using bookshelf. If I try to move around, I won't be able to because the menu's paused. The issue is we can't see the menu. Something's going on with this guy where it's not visible. So if we go back into here for our location marker, interesting. Okay, let's bring this guy out. So pop you out here. Do you visible here? Save. Go back to our interactable select screen. You here. And when we load up the game, I want to close the menu. So let me try moving this guy here instead. So do all of these things, have the grid, and then close menu. No, yeah, the one that confused me while playing. Why make a bar so far to the right instead of saying player area where the tables are? What do you mean? Can you elaborate a little bit, Melf, a bit? The location or the cafe itself is something I've been struggling a little bit to decide on. For example, this is designed after a lecture hall. So if you can imagine, the front of the class is here, where the teacher would do this board. And these are desks the students would sit at to watch the lecture. And then this guy over here would be the back area. So this would be like the professor's room in the back area. That was the idea. This guy could be moved to over here even, but because it's a left to right sort of feel, and we're not going up into the menu, and with the book also being at the bottom of the screen, that's why I decided to make it over here instead. since you're going from one area to the next area. If I wanted to do it in a bit of a different area, it'd have to be a little bit different. And I also want this back area also to have windows and bookshelves too for decoration. So that's why the layout is, but it also feels funny. And it makes sense, thank you, as I think I can show you at least. If we go back into, let's see, concepts. I think I do have it. An old image of the cafe. Let's see if I do. An old image of the cafe. Old cafe. As it's been a doozy. I don't know if I have it here, but I can see if it is. If not, I can pull it up as it's been a lot of different changes since the first initial part of the cafe. If you can remind me, I can pull it up on the next ad break as it looked a lot different beforehand. Beforehand it was a basement, bottom of the basement. And now it's a lecture hall. So let me go back into programming here, and just imagine, lecture hall makes sense. I expected a coffee shop. Yep. Since this is an abandoned part of the school, it's ghost-ridden, which is why no one comes here. Because she's such a good necromancer, she's able to banish the ghosts and make good use of here. And just imagine at the end of the game, the Rooper the trash can turns against you and more food. Feed him, Mr. Stronger he is. Boss battle. How much food can you make? And I'm a big fan of typing games since there's so little of that genre that stimulated enough for my sensory mind. Love what you're doing and will be doing. Please keep doing so. Thank you. Is it Godot or is it Baldo? Thank you. And please tell me how to, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I appreciate it. I love typing games too. And I was surprised that there wasn't a rhythm typing game. There's only been one I've been able to find since making mine. And it's not, we've started, I think me and this other developer started making it around the same time. However, their game plays a lot different than mine. So it's a thing of, oh, I like the way you implement it. There's also a cafe game that involves typing. If you're interested in it, I would suggest looking up, what's it called? Let's see if I go and open my Steam. As it seems like a cute one too. Typing, it's not rhythm, but it is a typing game. It's like the Chef Shift, I think. Chef Shift, S-H-I-F-T. Yep, the Chef Shift. Look at that game. Hold on, let me go back here. And Chef Shift, yep, that one. Infinite Metal. The one Infinite Metal just said. Yep, that's a pretty good one. I was just looking into that one. And when I was trying to get inspiration on how to make a typing game, it was really fun. I plan to get it soon. And no shame in corporate espionage. And that's great in Maze of Chaos. It is a shader that took me forever to figure out how to work. And has a long demo too. Yeah, I played some of the demo. I want to play the full game. It was very silly. I wasn't expecting the Mafia to show up. It's gonna be the best part. So let's see here. I'll go back into here, right? Okay, menu's not hidden. That's good to know. In our interactable screen, we go to here. These guys should be hidden as soon as you start the game mode. So let's see. Ready, close menu. We go to close menu here. Close menu. 4 is active set to false. Set all of our type grids. So why are we not hiding? We do you here, hide. Oh, I know why. Dot parent dot hide dot get parent dot hide. I think it's this. Let me go ahead and copy you. And let me also do you here. It's gonna be dot get parent dot get child focus. Yeah. No, it's going to be focus for you since you're the grid. Yep. Okay. Hide for you, close menu, get parent. Show for you because you're get parent. Okay. Now let's try. Let's give it a test run. Okay. Back in here. Here. Nope. Okay. Now why are we angry? Let's go ahead and print. So back in our close menu, we have get parent.hide, print, and we'll print the parent. So go ahead and print that parent. I want to see what it says. It should say flavor select screen and dish select screen. It might not say that though. So let's see. Go ahead and click play on here. And what do we have? Levels, you. Okay. We gotta go up even more. So you're center parent. Okay. Instead then, what we can do is another dictionary. That might be the best thing to do, as it'll be the selection. So for example, type to grid, and then we have grid to parent. And then we have grid container to panel container. So let's see, grid container to panel container. So this guy here, and then we can do type to grid, close menu. Not yet. We do var temporary dictionary here, and then we go ahead and do you, and then we do temporary dictionary. Let's just do parent. Let's see, underscore parent, and I do that. Good. And okay, we're good. Lovely. So icon type, grid container. Let's just go ahead and copy these two. And then copy you. And go ahead and paste you here. And my favorite part of the game is the big brown box in the middle. It says peace among. The box will hopefully be removed after this. So instead we do flavor grid here. And then we do flavor grid to flavor select screen. Like that. And then we also do dish grid here. And then we do dish select screen. So then dish select screen. Yep. And then for here, let's see, you need to be tab. And then we can do, let's see, parent, grid to parent, equal, temp dictionary parent. And then here, what we can have happen is, on our close, let's see, close menu, instead of all of this, what we do is do type to grid type. So we do this guy here, and then we do the parent. So parent, we're gonna do a dictionary or an array. So grid underscore to underscore parent, like this. And then like this. And then we don't need get parent. So let's see, you here, like that. And it's going to be grid underscore to underscore parent, like this. There we are. So something like that. We're tied. And then this guy down here also as for type to type in grid. Yep. We want to hide everything. And then we want to show whichever guy it is. So this guy here and this guy here. There we are. Okay, now let's give that a go. And why are you angry? Grid to parent type.show type. What we do is do current type here. Okay, now let's try. See where we're at. I go ahead and do this guy here. Levels. You. Okay, good. We're good. Let me go ahead and close this guy. Where are we printing it out? Print all of you guys. Center container. Save view. Oh, also, when we close the menu, we should also hide. So let's do something like this. Also make sure you're hidden when we... Yep, close menu already does that. And then on activate, we go ahead and do show. S-H-O-W. There we are. That should be good to go. Okay, now let's try. We go back to here. We go into here. Let's see, levels. Go ahead and mute you. Go into no one spawns. So we'll go over to this area here. And when we enter in this area, E. Alrighty. Non-existent function, focus, and grid container. Got ya. So, in this flavor grid, I think I see the problem. We have an interact select screen, right? However, on this flavor grid, in our interactables, did we populate them? I don't know. Hold on. Flavor grid.focus. It's going to be the buttons. So it's going to be the first child focus. Yeah. Type to grid dot current type dot get child. So get underscore child. Get child. Get child at index, I believe, 0. So whichever the first one is. And just one more thing and then it'll work surely. Every time ever. Oh yeah. I'm feeling it right now. And let's see. For realistic feel, you could add a bathroom that needs to be unclogged regularly. I remember playing a game, Cook, Serve, Delicious. That's what it was. Cook, Serve, Delicious. That game was multitask. It was lovely. That one there, you had to refill ice and clean the toilet and clean the dishes, things like that. It was super fun. And coping is the dream maker. Coping is every dev's dream. Okay, E. Okay, look at that. However, the icons aren't showing. And then if I click escape, it shouldn't show up the options menu. It should exit out of the sky. If I click E here, sweet and bitter, okay. But for some reason, the icons aren't there. So we're almost there. We have the sweet and bitter guy here. Great news. Okay. We're doing it. Hold on. Let me go ahead and save this version before I make any more mistakes. Partial save. Yep. Go ahead and make a backup. Partical, partial save. And commit. Commit and push. Sync changes. Yup. Make sure we do that. So for some reason... Oh, also in this interactable screen, I want to add a background. And we also need to have the options menu not show up. So if I go into the options menu, so options menu next year of coping, and I'm getting my degree. Oh man, options menu seed. I want to grid the backdrop of this color rectangle. And if I go into here, this should add a background so that everything's kind of in the back of this guy here. But I think the background shouldn't be this color. I think it should be maybe more so this, and maybe we can do something like that instead, a different color. My concern is that if we're in the select menu, the options menu, right? We don't want the options menu to pop up. When we're in the options menu here, when we click escape, option menu pops up. And do you delete your much older saves, or is your folder full of saves from almost a year back now? All of my saves are on Git, so I just push them to Git, and then Git is like a cloud guy, so it saves everything for me. So if I ever need to go back from like a year ago, I can. Since everything's kept there. That way, in case something crashes or a file gets corrupted, it won't be on my computer, which is a nice thing to have. So let's see. Options menu here, and in our options menu, if event is UI cancel, yeah, and let's see. If it's not cancel, and if utility current game state's calibrating, return, and if tab container current tab, yeah, okay. Don't open options. Maybe we can do something like that. Don't open options as a game state. That way the options menu doesn't open, possibly. And then about the system you're working on, if I fail a spell, will I have to go grab the ingredients again? Yep. The spell would fizzle. Now, I don't want to make it too punishing. For example, if you want to make it really punishing, then if you fail a spell, not only does it fail, you get trash that you have to throw into the trash can, then get the new options. That's a lot of work. That might be tedious, but I certainly think you have to go get the new items. But I want to make it so it's not too tedious in the sense of it's really easy to go and grab it. So if the site crashes, we know who to blame. I've been thinking of making like a double backup on like a Google Drive. That seems like it would be helpful. And yeah, some stuff. Yep. So right now, you just have to get the new ingredients. Because right now, the spell just does nothing. But it could be interesting. Maybe there's like a hardcore mode, but we can always see. Saying that, do we want the options menu to pop up if we're in this interactable menu? This was a discussion we had the other day, where if you're in the spellcasting menu, do you want the spellcasting screen to pop up? So just as an example, if I click play on here, we go into the game, and I go into, let's see, mute the music for a second. Levels, go here. If I'm spellcasting, so I go to this screen. Oh no, I forgot. This is broken at the moment. Cafe, book, yep, book, hold on. Can I just, is there a way to flip page? Flip page. Book, cookbook, yeah, cookbook dot, no, not cookbook dot. Oh no, I don't think there is. Utility dot flip page, nope. I don't have a command on here. This guy's broken currently. Okay, so we can't test spellcasting. That's no good. Gotta fix that. Oh me, oh my. And maybe put default music to 0, since you're always doing that when starting up. That's a good point. You make a very fair point. Well, it depends on what I'm doing. Sometimes I mute it, sometimes I don't. I could technically do it for my sound settings. So for example, I could set Godot's audio to 0, and then I'd only have to close Godot. And just for dev, possibly, but then if I need to test audio, then I have to re-enter audio. I don't mind it too much when I'm not streaming, but because there's two different songs going on at the moment, it's a little bit difficult in hardcode mode when you have a stamina bar. It's kind of like a stamina bar in here, and the one you're working on right now. IDK, how to feel about the current one already sounds tedious. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I don't want to destroy and put in trash can. I think having to get the ingredients is already enough pain. As I think that's punishment enough, because some people will spam it and then just restart it very quickly, and I don't want spammable fields. The punishment itself, it should not only, I think, be restarting the spell, but just getting the items also. And can't test spellcasting in the working on spellcasting stream. It's a pain. And hello, bro, be my English teacher. Hi, Parson, welcome back to stream. Funny enough, I did not like English. English was my least liked subject. Oh, do you mean English is in the language or English is in the category? Like, today we're going to read a book on Macbeth. That's what I didn't like. And seashells by the seashore. Oh man, I get tongue twisted all the time. She sells on the seashore. I butchered that. So let's see. I'm thinking, at least right now, calibrating or equal to in menu, possibly, or in menu, maybe. Utility.current in menu, or utility dot. Right now, you're currently in menu, I think, in game. Yeah, in-game spellcasting. Okay, yeah, let's try that.
Circuit 117
hold
just
on.
followed.
Let me get that name. Circuit Welcome in, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to Pain. I hope you like it around here. I'm gonna see if setting it to in menu helps. In menu. Save it here. Go back to here. What does this feel like? And you did it? Slowly but surely, we're doing it. And now you can see, right, the audio's muted because he muted Godot itself. So we're good to go now. I think that's the best of both worlds. That way I don't have to worry about it. And now here, yeah, we'll fix the page flipping. That'll be its own thing. But let's go back up here. And I also need to do a collision box for the bookcase so we can't go past it. Right now you can hide behind it, but I kind of think it's a little silly. And maybe you can give me some advice on books or videos or something yet. But if you recommend books, I prefer with images. Interesting. Magic. What do you mean by recommendations? Would you mind elaborating a little bit? I'm not sure what you mean. For learning English or understanding English? And that sounds tedious already. The game is hard enough as it is now with running back and forward to make sure you grab the right thing. Sounds awful? Maybe. I certainly think having the bookshelves behind you could make it less awful, but we'll see. It's definitely a testing thing. It could possibly be tedious, but it's just the thing of certainly testing. You can hide a secret behind the bookshelves. A secret passageway. You press a certain command and it opens up to another part of the world. And I did read that. Good. Okay, so E. Alrighty. And player try to activate escape. E. Escape. E. Escape. Yeah. Okay. So, if the current game state is calibrating, or current game state is utility game state in menu, that's what I try to do. And then for change state, match current game state. So if it's paused or if it's in, if it's paused, do all of these guys. Else, do other things. And we don't want it to open up. Yeah, let's see. If the game's currently paused while in the cafe. Yeah, we don't want the options menu to open up. It's a matter of how to do this thing. What I think is happening right now is that when you click this input button, the option menu is showing up before the interactable is showing up. And I think a global pause is nice. That's what the option menu does. The option menu pauses the game, and it opens up your first game. What do you mean exactly, Preston? Could you elaborate a little bit? I'm confused. Oh, my first game is in the the Visual Studio one. Let's see. Yeah, general pause game. That's what this guy does here. It pauses the game entirely. It could be in utility. That is true. It uses everything in utility. That's very true. I don't know if get tree works in utility. Possibly, but I'm not too sure. Saying that though, when I can see a quick grab button making the player automatically grab the previously selected combo, even if that's a baby mode exclusive, I think that's a great idea. Yeah, grab previous item, like a, yeah, I think so. But don't forget as well, maybe we could just do it as select and then E and then enter. That way you're not selecting it, but you're just pressing 2 buttons. I don't think it'd be too tedious, but I think selecting it, so going to the certain one. So if you do, when you re-enter, it's the last one you selected, I think that one's good. And I'm working full time, so I can only learn Godot when I'm off work. I haven't gotten to menus yet. I wish I had more time. I do plan on compiling a list of Godot YouTubers that I've been enjoying learning Godot from, as well as a playlist, hopefully by the end of the month, as I hope that'll make it easier. It's also been fun for me to flick through people, as it's been fun to watch videos and take notes. One of the ones I did was looking through a lot of UI. I think that's been really helpful. Saying that, and this bookshelf I also think shouldn't be a control node. It should be a node 2D. Node 2D. There we are. Yeah, you shouldn't be control. Change type. Should be node 2D. Yep. Game object. Yep, there you are. Okay, saying that, for some reason our options menu is popping up when we're in the interaction screen. So, how to do this? And, oh.
Malphobeth just redeemed glasses
Less
toggle.
smart, I see. Hold on, let me get the timer. Timer here. And, 10 minutes on the clock. 10 minutes, yep, that guy there. Which means, no glasses for the next 10 minutes is a toggle. Let's see. So, current game, maybe we can do, this is tricky. Current game state. If current game state, the thing is, I think this guy is changing the game state before. It's doing it in terms of order of operation. So for example, if we go back into concepts here, I zoom out, I zoom to, let's see where we at. This guy here is good. And you're so captivating, I forgot to redeem some points. Razzle dazzle. I do appreciate it though. And she's blind now. I can't see. And that's what I have a seeing eye octopus for. If I go back to here and go to here, and well, that works for items, but there are multiple flavors. So still an option to grab the previous player flavors works. Very true, yeah. Very true indeed. Yeah, true. Didn't think of that. I was thinking one flavor. Well, no, hold on. The flavor pairs work in terms of, oh, that's a fair point. Yeah, one flavor pair, two flavor pairs, or two flavor pairs. Yeah. But when we get there, we can get there, Jack. But I do appreciate the recommendations. So let's see. Back here. Right now, it's doing, let's see, bookcase menu. So hold on, B-O-O-K. Bookcase, C-A-S-E. Bookcase, or bookshelf. Keep saying the wrong one. It's bookshelf. S-H-E-L-F. Bookshelf. L-F. Bookshelf, and then menu. So bookshelf, and then options. So O-P-T-I-O-N-S. Bookshelf and options. Right now, it's doing the options part first before the bookshelves. If it did bookshelves before options, then it would work, I think, in disabled options. So, okay, I got an idea. Let's use the signals. Let's go back into, let's see, while you're in the area, it checks to see, possibly, would that work, do you think? For example, if the bookshelf checked to see if you were in the menu, no, I don't think that would work either. Because imagine if you're in the options menu when you're in the bookshelf area. So let me zoom out a little bit, and then if we're in, let's see. In here, well, where are we at? Here, there we are. I'll go ahead and copy you. Copy, we'll copy both the magic things. Go back down here. I was thinking to have some sort of variable where it checks to see if you're in the area to do the spell casting. However, I think, right, because you're here, but if you're not, if the inventory hasn't opened yet, or if the menu hasn't opened yet, then being in this and disabling the option menu would feel funny. And I forgot about the Tetris-like sliding bar for the upcoming letters concept I thought of. Oh, right, yes. Thank you for reminding me. I will write it here. Tetris, T-E-T-R-I-S, Tetris, U-P-C-O-M-I-N-G. There we go. That's not word. Those aren't letters. C-O-M-I-N-G. Upcoming. There we are. Good. And I did read that. Lovely. And yeah, I only just figured out the order of operations are kind of wonky in Godot when I was working on my Game Jam game. Yep. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it doesn't make any sense. And Bob is so great. He can look in two directions at the same time. His awareness skills are off the charts. He sees everything and nothing at the same time. And you're back? Welcome back. I'm so slow, bro. Welcome back to stream. So, I'm thinking maybe it checks for the options. And then if you're in the options menu, then it checks for the escape. So it kind of does maybe a double check. Possibly. It's a little tricky, and it might not be the way. It might be very duct tapey. However, it might be our only option at the moment. So let me go back into programming. And when I say only option, I mean, in the sense of how I have the game organized at the moment, it might not be possible. You know, is this a game for a new jam or for fun? It's for fun. I've been working on this game since last August. I say it's for fun. It's been a little bit of a pain. This is my second game I've ever made in Godot. And the first one I made in 24 hours. And this one here, this one's supposed to be more of a learning exercise. So I'm learning as I go. I want to see if I can get this game up on Steam, things of that nature. So it's usually, well, it's more of a learning project. And I was planning to finish it back last December. However, it did not go that way. But welcome to stream, Nightmare Maker Games. Welcome in. And I'm gonna send a fleshed out big boy concept for that over on the Discord or sometime next week. Sure, check. Thank you. And guess what? You got water? And don't worry, rubber bands and gum hold together very well. Yeah, very well. Very true. Let's see. So what I'll do is, we'll just go into our interactable select screen here. Go back to our ready function. Then we're just gonna do you and just do you. And then if you have been activated, I think that's what we'll do. So if we are in the selection screen and escape is pressed, okay, hold on. Let's do here. If you're in the bookshelf area, not gonna do anything. And if we're in, we'll do that.
_so_slow_bro just redeemed do a voice/act for 5 minutes. The main teacher from kindergarten 3.
You have to send over, I believe it says in the description to send over a video of what you're talking about. I'm so thorough. Would you mind? I haven't seen kindergarten 3. So I wouldn't know. I only know of the lady from, I think, kindergarten 1 and 2, but I don't know kindergarten 3. Would you mind sending that over? I think I asked for you to send over a video or something if you wouldn't mind. I can try. Do they have a voicer? You'll have to send over that there, so I can try. I would not mind. Thank you for the redeem, though. So let's see. Player entered bookshelf area, and then let's see. On ready var, so at export, or just at var, in bookshelf area, and then we can go ahead and do bool, set it equal to false, and then let's see, player entered bookshelf. So we'll just say this here. I think this is fine to do as a function. And she only speaks in rhymes. Okay. Oh man, rhymes? Okay, all right. Hold on. That's a funny one. Let me do you here, scripts, yep. You here, you're 5 minutes, I believe. Let me make you smaller here. That's gonna be tricky. I've seen some characters only speak in rhymes, some, not all. Theme label, you'll see voice, rhyme. There we are. Is it R-H-Y-M-E? Okay. So for this function, we can't stop at a junction. And so with haste, we need to make a place. I'll do a new line, and hopefully in time, things will align. Welcome, Louie. Have you met Rudy? They're on Twitch. It's a bit of an itch. My brain shrinks as I think. Can you explain how metaphysics works, please? I'd have to get on my knees and ask for an apology. Airdropping the lines. We just need a beat. I'm bringing the heat. I'm trying to focus, but I can't find a locus. Alright. Function, not the junction. Function, F-U-N-C-T-I-O-N, or no, funk, for, funky beats, beats, heat. Funk, junk, and then, player enter bookshelf area, where we will, Void, Lloyd, from Spy Family. When you want to rhyme with family? Jamily. Jamboree. Pass, laughing gas. Copy and paste with haste. Make this a race. Copy and paste. Don't want to waste this opportunity for lunacy. Remember to breathe. Oh, please. Welcome in, Banan. Banan tan? I could go for a tan. The timer is now up. So with luck, I think that rhymes a bit. To hit. Hi, too crazy. At least I'm not lazy. Now that the timer is done, we can have fun. Rhyming without glasses. Passes. There we go. We're moving slow. Player entered bookshelf area where we will exited, entered, signals. What rhymes with signals? Signals. Yep. And oh, that's terrible. Those tragic rhymes make the word band sound like the best of times. You really need to work on your lines. Internet police should give you fines. That's good. That's good. That's good. And the good wood. Yes, good. And I will not chop wood. Welcome in, Insia. What rhymes with that word? We're not lazy around here. No crazy. And I bet you can't rhyme orange with banana, or sure. There you are. There you are. Here and there, where we will find everywhere. Going to utility. Here we will be looking for the signal. Here we will in. This is hard. The whole deck of cards is falling apart. Let's see. Here and we will. Utility. Here and the birds. I am pretty. Back up to here, and in signals, here we will, and time is up. Never again. Never again. Oh man, that was hard. I feel like 50% was just laughing. I'm born in. And I guess we have to add rhyming mechanics to the game. Well, it is poetry. I want to have a few raps. And this is my name, and rapping is my game. Soon enough, I'll reach great fame. I am not good at making raps or rhymes on the rhymes on time. It's not sublime. But I'm glad it's over. Okay, now, where were we? I was looking up a utility signal, right? So back here, utility player entered bookshelf. So Control-Shift-F, find here, and I want to go for you. And I want to see about the bookshelf. So we need the bookshelf here. And the rhymes will strike again. Well, stay back. And where's Toak with you need him? Oh yeah. I think that's why I struggled. And I guess I did do that. Good. Lovely. Let me hide those two guys there. Did I miss anyone? I think we're good. Yep, we're good. Oh, real my. And I did read that. And we're good. And fun fact with rhymes are a special category of alliteration, meaning any two words that end with the same sound, not syllables, do rhyme. So slanted rhymes aren't really a thing. I have heard of slanted rhymes before. I'm going back to Blender. Best of luck. TS1 makes me reconsider my plan. What do you mean? And if you do that again, you need a beatbox for that background music. And so that 5-minute timer for rhyming or giggling, yes. Yes. Oh man. So let's go to bookshelf. Let's go into options menu here. And then for here, player entered, bookshelf area. We're not using the bookshelf here. So go ahead and do bookshelf as that is the function, but we're not using it. So I can go ahead and copy you here and copy you here. And all we're really just doing is setting this bool. So player entered bookshelf area equal to true, TRUE equal to true, and then this one is equal to false. 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 And I think that should work. Yeah. Hopefully. And then, let's see, you need to have an underscore. Yeah, I'm not liking this system already. Like cat and boat do rhyme. What are you working on? Oh, cat and boat. Cat and boat. They don't feel like they rhyme. That's very weird. And what am I working on? Right now, we're working on the menus. The hope is that, right? We have the... Where did my bookshelves go? Bookshelves. Where'd you go? Oh, there they're at. There they are. Let me move you here. And let me grab the other bookshelf from wherever it is at. Bookshelf? There you are. Right now, we're working on a way for the menu to pop up when you press the button. Right now, what's happening when you press escape is that the menu goes to the option menu. So we're trying to make sure the option menu isn't enabled when you're trying to open the bookshelf. And they both end with T sounds. So they do rhyme. Interesting. Got you. Hi, Slatos. Welcome to stream. What's up? What's up? Welcome back in. Save here. Okay. So if we go back into not player, close you, options menu, my only issue is I don't like the way this feels. It doesn't feel like the options menu should have to know about bookshelf. It feels like the bookshelf should know about maybe the options menu, but I don't know. For right now, this is what we'll go with, but I don't feel good doing it. And typical English speakers joke. And well, yes, but absolutely not. I do not consent to that being the truth. They do feel weird. So let's see. Then if you're in the bookshelf area and you press UI cancel, what I want to have happen is, or let's see, if not, or if you're in the bookshelf area, then return. And then if you're in the bookshelf area, what we want to have happen is to do change state. So this guy here, copy, and then go back into the bookshelf here. So change state. I don't believe there is a utility current game state. Nope. So utility, utility dot, utility dot. Yeah. Okay. So I think if in bookshelf, how can we do this? And let's see, the Discord link doesn't work again. I'm gonna guess it might be a problem on your site, Sotos. I really don't want to say the case, but we've had people join with the link, so I can only come to the consideration that it's because of that.
Cray just followed.
Thank you for the follow, too crazy. Thank you, and welcome into pain. Havoc, non-existent chaos. I don't know though, Siltos. I couldn't tell you. I don't know Discord stuff too much, but because people have been joining, that's the only conclusion I can come to, that it's something to do on your end. And drink some water. It's not a water redeem, but you know what? For the consideration. Plus I am thirsty. The water. Tasty, and please don't insult me with terrible titles. My relation with the awful language is purely for technical reasons. Technicalities do hurt. And let's see. Just checked. The Discord link in the description and YouTube stream seems to work. Yep. That seemed to work, and it's worked for other people, but Slato's account, I don't know. I really couldn't tell you, unfortunately. Okay. So, okay. Going back to concepts, I think this might be a thing we just have to consider a little bit more. I think the construction itself might have to be changed. Right now, how it works is if you press escape, so let's see, on escape, so ESCAPE, on escape, you get the options menu. Options menu. So let me do options. I'll just copy and paste this guy. On escape, the option menu pops up. What it checks for is, what are you currently doing? Is it a thing we can do? So if I go ahead back to this guy here, and we see for current game state calibrating, I don't think we do anything here for calibrating current state, so we won't do anything like that. So the hope is that when you change the state, it checks for the current state. However, the issue is right now, it's doing options before checking. So maybe what we can do, right, is to do, options. However, if you're in menus, so if in menus, in menu, ENU, if you're in the menu, like this, if in menu, then you go through the options guy instead. So it would be escape, in menu, then options. However, because of the bookcase, what I'm thinking is, right, if you press escape while in the area, then the bookcase will handle the in-menu option. And yes, found a workaround? Oh, lovely. Welcome on in. I'm glad you figured something out. It's always nice to hear the trial and error, but thank you for trying as many times as you have. I do appreciate it. That's very sweet. Let's see. And so it needs to check if you're on a game screen and not in a window? Well, the issue is, right, it's checking, but it's checking after we've already opened up the escape menu. So we need a way, that's why I'm thinking of having a bool for disabling it, so it can see, all right, if you press escape, are you in the bookcase area? If you're in the bookcase area, let's see, in area, in area, so in area, INAREA, then we have the area handle the in menu and things of that nature. That way it has to do everything else. I'm thinking that might be the best option here instead. So then we do in menu. Something like that, I think could be the workaround, possibly. So let me go ahead and into programming here. So if you didn't press escape or you're in the bookshelf area, return. Otherwise, what we can have happen is, and this change state guy here, we'll go ahead and do utility dot, hold on. If not action pressed, open underscore options underscore menu, something like that. And then we'll do dot connect, and we'll go ahead and set this guy. And I'm not sure, it depends on the exact sound of the diaphragmatage. Never seen that word before. And did we that? Good. So let's see. Let me go to change state here, and then we'll have here change state. So on options menu, open connect, we have change state. Then in our utility, under our menu area, so utility, let's go ahead and just search here. Let's see, menu, screen signals, nope. Game state, nope. We're looking for the signal. Menu signals. Signal, and then we have open options menu. So what'll have happen is, in our interactable select screen, is if the menu's not open, we can go ahead and do it. So instead here, what we'll have happen is a func possibly. So func for open menu. Okay. OP, let's see. Okay. This is the main menu. Don't know why we're in here. That's good to know. Save and close you. We should be in here. And then on our sign, all of these guys, input. Yep. So if input is just pressed, and if not active, return, otherwise close menu. So what we want to do is options open menu. So if not, if, and then we can go ahead and do if not UI cancel or is not active. If UI, if not active, let's see. If not active, so something like this. If not active, like that. And then we do pass. And then we can do elif. So elif, and something like that. So if is not active. Hold on. If not active, and that. elif. Oh, okay. Never mind. What we can do instead is do if event is not. There's a better way to do this. Hold on. If event is not. So what we'll do is if not, and then we can go ahead and do if you're not pressing escape, return. So then we know everything below here is dependent on if it's active or not. So if active, we can go ahead and close the menu. Otherwise, open the options menu. So something like this instead. There we go. Took me a second. Else. Like that. And then we'll do utility.emit. Utility.emit or utility.options. Open options menu. .emit. That. There we go. And ban the word not terrible. And I'm gonna grab myself a chocolate bar for the accomplishment. Congrats. And would you have to make a lot of areas with that then? I don't know how many pop-up windows you'll have, but would all text windows cause the same problem? That's what I'm worried about. And that's why I said for the longevity of it, for the long run, is this going to be a problem? I'm thinking it maybe might be. However, this is the only thing I can think of at the moment. So for example, we have if in bookshelf area. Maybe down the line, I can change this to instead be in menu area instead. That way, if we're in a menu area, we'll have the menu area handle how we do that area. So it can be a case-by-case basis. And I help you, but hopping in the middle of programming makes things quite confusing. No worries, Ansia. Your presence here talking about, what would you say, the rhyme? It's okay, and is getting complex for sure? Yeah, it can. And I definitely think this will be changed later on. However, I'm gonna focus on the now, and should there come a case where we need to update it, we can do it then. As I don't think there will need to be a case, and for me at least, the problem I've noticed is that I try to future plan, future proof, and then I never end up using the code to future proof. So for right now, it's hard coded, it's not flexible, but should we need it flexible in the future, when we get there, we can do it. As I think that's right now, for me at least, a better approach. However, we have to see it work. So firstly, right? So if it's active, close the menu. Otherwise, open the options menu. And then options menu here, we have open option menu. I'm focusing on now and not about the imagined future 5 months ahead. How is it possible? It's been something I'm trying to get better at, as I certainly do very much think ahead. So let's go back down here and then Godot. Click you here, and then click you here. Lovely. And then from here, what we can do is if I slide this guy here so I can see things and stuff, and there has to be a code out there for this. If it's every single game, time to crack open some game codes. Certainly, looking at other game code is great. And I don't understand most of what's going on here on the technical side, just here for the vibe and the creative part. I do appreciate it, Chuck. It's definitely a thing of just menu opening. For example, we don't want, when you're sitting here, we want the options menu to open when I press escape, which it does, right? But, and oh, I closed escape. Hold on. Oh, okay. So if we press escape here, we also want to have the escape do its thing. Interesting. Okay. So it's sort of kind of working. And the thing with future-proofing is you only need to do it when it's in the scope of your plan. Future-proofing could easily end up being scope creeping. Yep. It can end up being you're solving problems you don't even have issues with. Which is why I've tried to lessen it just a bit. However, it's working right now with the audio's control, opening up our options menu. If we go back into here, right? Because this guy is handling it, if we go back into bookshelf here, and we go into here, let's see. If it is UI cancel, if it's active, else, okay. What I'll do is I'll click that button there, then go back to here, and then let's see. Levels, and let's go into no one spawns, and then let's go into escape. Okay, utility open menu dot emit. Ah, I see. Okay. What we need to do is also make sure if it's active, elif, and then we can also do in menu. So let's see, bookshelf, current bookshelf, not equal to none. No, that is also needed. And a good rule of thumb is future-proofing if the thing would be very hard to change later. Interesting. And oh, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Hold on, I don't know how to say that name. But I hope you had a lovely stream. Is it
Axcambia Genero _ 113 rated with 1 views.
Axcambia. You can tell me how close I got and I can try again, but welcome in. Hold on, let me do the shout out. I believe it's slash, shout out, and then at, and then axa, like that. Did I do it? Thank you. Thank you for the raid and welcome in. You've caught me at a time where things are painful. I can tell you were wrong. Oh yeah, I bet I was, and my brain very confused. I'm trying my best to explain it as well as I can. And hi. Oh, I did read that name before. Dark Spectre Interactive, and menus looking great. Thank you. Just a matter of pressing buttons. But to explain the things to the people who just came in from the raid, right now I'm making a rhythm typing cafe game, and if I go here, the player can enter the menu of this bookshelf and this bookshelf. So the idea is that right now, the issue is when we open up the menu in this area, something wonky happens with the options menu. So that's what I'm currently trying to fix right now. When we exit this menu, we want it to exit the menu, not the options menu. So when I click escape, it opens up the options menu while you're still in this menu. So it's menus on top of menus. We only wanted to choose one menu. And hey, welcome in. I hope you had a lovely raid. Saying that, right? We're in here in our utility guy. If I click this now, let's see what happens. How well do we do? Levels here. So if I press escape, it should do the default options idea. So escape. That works, right? Now let's go over to our bookshelves. And if I press escape here, options menu should pop up, which it does. So we'll go ahead and skip this guy here. And then if I click escape again, options menu should close. So if I click escape, nothing happens. Interesting. And we're not reaching this code either. Okay, so when we have the options menu open, okay, if not in here or in bookshelf area, I think we can then set the options menu to get disabled. I think possibly, as if you're in the bookshelf area, then that wouldn't feel right. It'd feel very off to do that. And this is where having a different system in place plays into things, as I'm having to do all of this work for this one case. So it's gonna be a thing in the future. If anyone wants to know what Eris is doing here or on YouTube, raise your hand. Okay, hold on. Let me bring up the pictures. And let's go into concepts here. Okay. Let's see if I can explain it, right? Right now in my game, you can go to 2 different bookshelves And when you're in that green area and you press a button, and do you want to stream together? I'm not currently doing collabs at the moment, though I do appreciate the invite. Right now, I'm trying to get a feel for how to do things on my own. So for example, I want to see how to make my game on my own, and then I think I want to get into collabs as I get side distracted very easily. But again, I do appreciate it. Yeah, and thank you again for the raid. There's so much going on at once that if I did everything, I would never be able to focus. Saying that, when the player enters this area, so when they're standing here, a menu should pop up for you to select items off of the shelf. But I meant something else. Oh, I see, it should explain. I'll see if I can walk you through it. When you're standing here, you want to access the items on the shelf. When you're standing here, there's a different menu of items you should be able to access on the shelf. However, when you're standing here, it's having a funny issue with the options menu. So when I'm here, I want to access the shelf menu, not the options menu. And right now, the system is not working that way. Right now, it's doing the options menu when I want the bookshelf menu, and it's doing the bookshelf menu when I want the options menu. So that's what we're trying to fix at the moment. And ads are about to start, so I'll let them do their thing. And if someone streamed with her, when would they talk? There's still space to get in your word in. That was another thing too, is that, for me at least, I know it's a little hard to believe, and that character's awesome. Thank you. I'm glad you like her. She was difficult to figure out how to draw, but she's had a bit of an evolution. But she's here now, and you're really cute. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. I was going to say, as we're waiting on the ad break, believe it or not, I'm a very shy person. I'm a very shy person, and a person that doesn't speak very often. And she's also fun to draw. I'm glad you think so. I try to make things exciting as I can. Over the years, I've gotten better at least when it comes to videos, streaming, things of that nature. When I'm streaming, it's easy for me to just turn off my mind filter, and anything I can think of, I speak into existence. So in a group setting, I am not sure at all how I'd act. Would I just go very quiet and more so think to myself, or I don't know. So I think if I ever were to do a stream on someone else's, I think I would start off streaming, not going on another channel and not streaming, and then stream while the other person is streaming. I feel like that would be the best, to try it out that way first. And we believe it or not, I'm a shy person too. Environment changes people. Oh yeah. If you were to invite me into a party, I would sit in the corner. I'd grab the food, snacks, find the closest animal, go hide out somewhere else in a closet. Let me get some water. And collabs, you say? If you need help in making music or music theory, it would be my honor to help. I do appreciate it. I think that would be fun down the line, certainly. Let me get some water here. I'd love to do game jams, but right now, I want to get all aspects of game development understood, and then. So I want to get to a good stopping point of my game before I even think about doing other projects, as I want to do them, but gotta stay focused. And Air's in the corner of the party. They don't know how much I talk on stream. They don't know.
Axe Cambia Genero _
Thank you for the follow.
Just followed.
I really wish I could understand. Is it Axe Cambanero? Maybe? Thank you for the follow. Let me get some water. Delicious water, and ads are about to end. So let me get some tea. And for real, it's crazy how much more I type on here, considering how much I'm just like you. For real. Yeah, it's that thing of, I'm really not a chatty person. However, if it's something I like talking about, so programming, games, animals, I can talk your ear off. If it's a topic I understand and I love. That's why it's really easy to be energetic on these streams, since it's something I love talking about. You're gonna have to tell me not to speak. I have the opposite problem. Let me get some tea. Ads should just about be up, so welcome back from the ad break. I shall take a sip of tea, and then we can get back into things. And true, I feel that. I don't know what my dream game is, but I'm doing my game job right now. Yeah, it's a lot of focus, and that's not how you pronounce it, but it's cute. Thank you. I'm telling you, I'm not good at pronouncing names, but I try. Also, I do appreciate it. So let me get some tea, and then we can get back into things. Tea done, and it's still very tasty, and you're the most energized person I've ever met. I do appreciate it. After stream, I will fall asleep for a nap. Oh me, oh my. Okay, Getting back into things though, let's go back into Godot. I think I might have to change the system entirely, which I'm not too happy about, but again, it might be for the best, and it really wouldn't surprise me if you were neurodivergent in any ways, although you may not be, of course. I've been told that many, many times. That is for certain. Though I question. But I may not be, of course, 100%. Let's see. Player enter bookshelf area. I think we just might have to change the options menu to begin with. And I did read that. Good. Okay. So bookshelf, things of that nature. The option menu is the thing we're going to have to figure out. And for this guy, I'm thinking, right? Instead, maybe we have a function for, maybe instead we have a signal. So instead we have to call the open options menu everywhere, possibly, right? I'm struggling to see if it's a serious question or a joke. What do you mean? And half joke, the truth is we're all nerds here. Oh, we're all nerds down here. You can't escape. No doors, no windows, no stairs. Let's see. Player entered bookshelf. Yeah. So what I'm thinking is instead, right? The idea was in the game, we have an options menu screen. And anytime I wanted an options menu, right? I would just add this into it. So for example, my main menu, I think it's called, let's see, menu, main menu here, menu button, main menu, options menu, customer menu, out of games menu, found it. This guy here, this is the main menu. And you can see, right, I have an options menu. So instead, right, anytime I want to use the options menu, maybe instead we have to have it call it. So the options menu does not activate on the escape key anymore. I think disabling it that way would be better. So for example, instead on the cafe, maybe we have the options menu handled here instead. I think that would be best instead of handling it in the option menu itself and checking a lot of other things. The option menu doesn't need to know about anything else. It just needs to be called. I think that would be best. So saying that, we're gonna delete all these things and start all over again. I think you talk more than you think you do in a collab if interest helps you speak more. Oh yeah, but the issue is, right, pausing, waiting for people to speak, or having a communication. It's the thing of, oh, you're speaking, hold on, I'll be quiet. Or I'm speaking and, oh, you need to speak, let me be quiet. It's social etiquette. That's very tricky sometimes. So it's a lot easier when it's just me etiquette. A lot easier. Let me delete the in bookshelf area. And instead of this escape guy, we're not gonna do that anymore. So I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of this guy here. No longer. Instead, we're going to do change state. And what we're going to do, let's see. Change state. And I think she's perfectly aware how much she speaks, maybe understanding it. Yes, understanding even. She already talks more than she thinks. Why do you think I stumble over my words so fast and so often? And don't worry, I'm messing around. It's the thing I do here, except when I lock in. Lock in. And I'm not doing that anyway. Got ya. And hold on. Let me go here. Use the lonely pause / break button on the keyboard for options. Ugh. I don't know. I don't think I like that options. The hope is that these buttons will be intuitive. So I'm not too sure about that guy. And I maintain you're only speaking one sentence throughout all of your streams. What about when I speak? And perfect response. Yuck. Disgusting. Get it out of my face. Let's see here. Change state. Yeah. This is the guy we'll call. So instead, right, on player, we'll now just need to check for this interact button. So if we go, let's see, player input, and this is player, yep, and input. Currently the player can only buttons. Huh? Currently, the player can only buttons, and the world is interaction. Huh? Sure, I understand what you're saying, past 3. Currently, the player can only currently the player can only press buttons. Press buttons if utility current enable cheats. And I don't know what was going on there. I feel like it must have been 2 a.m. typing and programming. And actually don't. A lot of games allow you to pause during pop-up windows. Could always change the text and add press space to continue. That doesn't really feel intuitive though. For me at least, if I'm in a menu, if I press escape, I expect to get out of the menu, not to do options menu, at least. I know we were having a discussion about it for the spellcasting menu, maybe? And how do you get your scripts to be tabs at the top, by the way? I think it'll be easier to navigate. What do you mean exactly? Can you elaborate a little bit what you mean by these guys? These script guys? Navigation? If I go into project here really quickly, it's a plugin. It is called, let's see, plugins. It's called Script IDE. What you can do is you go to Asset Libraries, right? And then you can type in here, script, if it lets me, script, and then IDE. That guy? Nope, hold on. It's in here. IDE. Try that guy. Do we have it? This guy here. Script IDE by Marin23. Install that guy and it lets you have these. And I think it's a lovely arrangement because it also adds these, which make it easier to do different functions, variables, things of that nature. So hopefully you find that handy. And again, the problem with escape getting out of a menu is, what do you do if you want to access the options menu instead? I'm thinking, right? Unless you're in a menu, you're not intuitive. JK. I mean, that's certainly a thing. I don't really think about menus too much, but if I'm in a menu and I want to leave out of the menu, I don't expect to press escape twice. And thank you, your lifesaver. No worries. I'm glad it's handy. Another one you might find interesting to use is this guy here. This button lets you collapse all of the things you have on this side, and that guy is called, let's see, it's called collapse folders. So it would be COLLAPSE collapse folders. You also might find that one handy too. So let me go back into here, press backspace here, and I heard there's a book with one sentence that spans like 100 pages, but there's actually a second sentence at the end. What is the sentence? I'm not spoiling it. Interesting. And yeah, okay. I'm gonna buy a cheap J&D semi-guitar and turn it into a Gibson. I don't know any of those things. I'm not very guitar versed. And we can just read the book backwards. Big brain. So let's see. Back here, right, for input, if not interact button, yeah, okay. So this guy doesn't handle it at all. So what I'm thinking is just regions will handle the escape button. So for our options menu instead, yeah, okay. So for example, in our out of game screen, we have the options menu. So for example, in our input, so function input, I think this might be a little bit better. If we go here and go to our options menu guy, and then do function input, and then if not action just pressed, and go back into utility, not utility, we need to go into out of game screen. This guy right here. Go back to here, and then undo you, Control K, and if not action just pressed, return. So all we're looking for is to see this. If it is so, then we'll go ahead and see about enter, that's a good one too. Interact or options. Check options. Ooh, now this is another roadblock, which means maybe I should turn back now. What would you call this function? Interact with options? Maybe, right? Maybe it could be interact with options menu and Zomina, maybe? Zakmina? That's my guess. You can tell me how close I got, but welcome in. It says you've been here before, so welcome back. I'm certain I probably butchered it the first time, but if you tell me how, I can try again, but welcome in. Right now, we're working on an options menu and figuring out how to reopen and close it, as right now, I think the current way I have it does not work properly. So I'm taking the control out of options menu for it to open itself. Now, everywhere else will be able to control the options menu. However, when I was in college, I learned things should control their things. There should be a manager. But I'm thinking this will be okay because then we can control it better. Possibly, but we'll see. So on this function input, right? If not event. Yeah, actually, that makes a lot of sense. Maybe the cafe has an input or something else. I don't know. Okay. And Eris, imagine you're in a rhythm part and you want to pause. Then you pause, you decide you want to exit. What would happen in your game? Right now, it does that. Right now, when you pause the game, it does do that. Yep, we did. Oh, I did fix that. I can't show you in this version at the moment, as it's broken. But I can show you in Obsidian here, very quickly. Go into the game. Run the game here. I'll show you, as that was what I think you were one of the people to bring it up. If I go ahead and do this guy here, mute this guy, go into the game, go into you here, go into the spell casting, really quickly, zoom on over here, and we start spell casting. So right now, escape not escape, escape, not escape. And then we're in here, and we have all the buttons. Do the things. Go ahead and click here. Escape, not escape, escape, not escape, escape. And I also have up here end spell and restart spell. So you can do, if you really want to do it very fast, escape, enter, and it exits you out of the spell. So I do have this already. However, I think for the menu, exiting out of the menu makes sense. This isn't a menu, it's the game itself. So I think it's okay here, but I don't know about having that options menu. You know, you can just read the word. Oh, I don't even know what that says. So you can read backwards? Oh, that's terrible. That's awful. Let me go ahead and go back to the main menu here, bring you back into programming. And from here, what I'm doing is taking the power out of the options menu. So we'll do options, or yeah, utility, dot, options, change menu state. Yeah, I think that's better. Change menu state. STATE dot emit. I think this will work better. And I'm glad you hear it. Oh man, that was painful. Change menu state, I think we'll see. We'll see if we can get this working regularly like it was and then fix it again. So we'll go back into here, go into utility, go back to our menu options, and then here, signal, 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 change menu state. We'll go ahead and remove you here. Hold your horses. Remove you here. Yep. Change menu state, save you, change menu state, copy you, go back into there, and then in our options menu, what we'll have happen is on utility, open options menu, connect. Yeah, we're gonna do this guy instead, change menu state. And you guys are no longer needed. And also on exit button pressed, change state, you also might not be needed. And I'm glad I can make these confident changes since I have a backup. So if need be, we can always go back from the backup. So we have change menu state, good to go. And then we have the saved here. So the hope is that on our options menu, not options menu, on our main menu screen here, if event is action pressed, we do this. We change the menu state. So if I go ahead and click play on the game, and okay, I have another question now. Is there any negative consequences of you failing a note in the rhythm part before exiting the rhythm part? Like you're doing the rhythm thing, you pause, then no longer want to do the rhythm thing and want to exit the minigame altogether? Can you elaborate a little bit, Ansia? If you mean canceling it, or what do you mean exactly? If I go back here into Obsidian, and we quickly go into the game here, and the story of coding, always have a backup. Yeah. If it's one thing I learned, I made a program one time back when I dropped out of college. The summer of, I tried my best to, I wanted to make a game in a summer, but then the game got corrupted. So then I didn't try programming for the next 2 years. I got really bummed out. And let's see. So, hold on. If you're doing a rhythm thing, hold on. Let's see. Click cake here. You're doing the rhythm game, playing the game, pausing, then wanting to exit the game. Yep, you can just click end. Oh yeah, you can click end, and that ends it. So what do you mean? You can also do this, and you can do escape, and then you can do restart as well, which will restart it. So can you elaborate on what do you mean exactly, Nancy? I'm a little confused. And that corruption, oh yeah, it was gonna be it wasn't gonna be my dream game, but it was gonna be a game. And it was after college, and college wasn't going well. So it was like, you know what? I'm just gonna take a break. I then proceeded to get started with learning with Godot. Well, not Godot, pixel art. And thank you for the answer. Got ya. And exactly what you explained. Good. Lovely to hear. Good. Alrighty. I'm glad we're on the same page. And pause menu could be skull shape. True. That could be something to do when we do visual updates, as right now, visuals aren't too visually. This is just a lot of placeholders. That's the word I'm looking for. And I appreciate how the bookcases just decide when they want to show up. Oh, the chaos. Bookcases should be back to normal. Yeah, bookcases are right there. So saying all that, I wanted to check when we're in game. Escape. Not escape. Escape. Not escape. Escape menu is working. And also, you don't need a controller. It's propaganda. What do you mean by controller? So let's go back into here. And now we need to go to the cafe. So from cafe here, what I'm thinking is, right, the cafe controls all menu options. That's the idea. So back here, where we have funk and input and all of these guys, instead, we're going to do something like our out of game screen, right? So this guy knows about all the menus. It's responsible for opening menus. And your life story is quite inspiring. Can't wait for the next chapter. I do appreciate it. It's not a very long story. I was in college for a few years, I think 2 or 3, and it just wasn't working for me. So I left. I got out of there, and I started learning on my own. And the skill is a bit much, IMO. Interesting. A dish tray and that big lid used in fancy plates / cartoons. the dish, or do you happen to be talking about, let's see, dish. This guy here, can you see it? that guy there. Hold on, this guy here, the little guy that goes over top. I did add that as the icon for dishes. And I did read that, good. Okay. So, I think this guy should control it. And in more detail, people always praise the model view controller architecture as the godlike only way to program everything even when you don't need it. Model view controller. I've never heard of that before. That is an interesting one. I need to go in from ready. Nope. We need to go here to options. So func ready. All these guys are ready. All of you disable endgame. Yep. And what I'm going to do here is do U input. So if UI is input action pressed menu, we've got to check for a few things. And this fella could be great for a pause menu. I could say it. Maybe, well, I want this pause menu to be a spellbook. That's the idea here. Either that or the book we have at the bottom of the screen is the options menu. But I don't know. Maybe it can like animate and come to the front. And IMO means, in my opinion, yep, I do remember IMO. Okay, so here, if event is action pressed UI cancel, one of few things to happen. First, we check to see. Okay. So, if event is action pressed UI cancel. Ooh, this is tricky. Okay. So, right, because there's 2 menus we have currently. We have a spell menu, I think. Spell menu. So, spellcasting. We have an options menu. So OPTION, options menu. And then we also have an item select menu. These are all of the menus we have at the moment. And right now in our options menu, if we go back to here, right? Options menu, GD, or no, scene here. Yep. And I go ahead and just remove these guys for now. This option menu is responsible for controlling the game. And I don't know if that's the guy we want to do.
Awesomely just followed.
And awesomely, is that how you say it? Thank you for the follow, and welcome to stream. Welcome to Pain and figuring out architecture. I hope you've got your builder's hat. Let's see. And what's the game? It is? No worries. I am making a rhythm typing cafe game at the moment. If I go back here, I can kind of give you a little bit of a better example here. You play as a scout here who's a necromancer, and you serve customers. So that's the cafe portion of the game.
Sire just redeemed elevator pitch.
I'm going to have to set that redeem to 1 once a stream. Oh boy, hold on. You know, we'll do a bit of a different elevator pitch this time around. I am going to do it 1 minute from here. You already did it? Oh, so sorry. Actually, you know what? Yeah. We'll save it. I'll save it for once a stream. It seems like it's going to have a separation of concern. Can you elaborate a little bit? It doesn't have to be MCV. Hold on, let me scroll back up. It basically having separate parts on the manager, the views visually, where the manager model cold elements of the program and the controller which links both, mainly updates and program loops. I'm kind of understanding what you're saying, but kind of not. I will redeem those points at the end of stream, don't you worry, Ansia. And now Eris will actually just throw an elevator as a first pitch in history. I'll toss it. I really have to set it to 1. Yeah. Once the stream's over, I will have the redemption thingamajiggies. Don't you worry. And MCV is most commonly seen around web apps when you're doing OOP. That's object-oriented programming, right? I personally haven't seen it much outside of this particular niche, sometimes seen in general app development, web or native. Thank you for the description, Nicometer. Is that how you say it? Thank you. Since I have a background in C++, I do know what object-oriented programming is. I had to learn how to un-object-orientating programming as I forget what you call it, but for example, right with this customer, the nodes now, or the objects, so if you want to do something like animals and have different categories, it sets it apart. And I could reject and refund if you want. Yeah, if you could, Eska, that'd be great. Thank you. And let's see. Did read that, yep. And one of those things used in certain web frameworks, like ASP.NET. Oh, I have no idea what that is. So let's see. Back here, we were looking at not the bookshelf, but the menu itself. We have 3 different menus we want to go around in. And you can see, right, for this, if the game is currently paused while spellcasting, if the game is currently paused while in the cafe. All of these guys. So I'm thinking the cafe knows the game state. The options menu doesn't need to know the game state. It just needs to know that it's an options menu. I think that's a good idea. So I think we should move all of this somewhere else, possibly. The options menu, having the retry, main menu, that's a-okay. But this, the game state itself, I think this should be changed. If we go into our utility, right? And we go to, let's see, move all of these guys. And refactoring, yeah, I think refactoring is in order. And I've been properly refunded, thank you. Thank you. Let's see. Hold on. Constants, and how fast can you type? My WPM's not that fast. I'm above average, but we have some speedsters in here. Very much so. Signals and functions. Okay. So we'll go down to, I believe, up here or down here. Game state. Yep. Right now we have paused, in-game, spellcasting, and menu, over, and calibrating. So I think these guys are fine. And then we change the options menu depending on where we're at. And one thing I noticed about typing games is a lot of them don't have modes for people who can type fast. Who can, or can't, you mean? My game, I don't want it to be speed demon hard, but I don't want it to be granny typing easy. A lot of people that have shown interest in playing my game want to look down at the keyboard as they're typing things sometimes. So I make it moderate, and I can type, yeah. Mine's like 100 to 120.
Hydrate.
And did you find learning GD hard? Nope, not at all. I went from C++, then to GDScript, which is like Python. But once you learn one programming language, you kind of learn all of them. And this timer does not need to be on here. So let me get water, and I'll use this instead because she talks too fast. Drink. I appreciate it. Let me get some water. Tasty. Okay. Saying all of that, let me close this guy here in game state. Okay. Lovely. Nope. Let me move that guy there. Okay. So game state, I'm thinking, right? We have paused, spellcasting, in-game, which makes sense, in menu, and over. So for this in menu, I'm thinking, because in menu could also be in options menu, and will there be a one-finger typing mode? Most likely not, since, well, maybe. There's always options. And I mean, from my perspective, here looks more like JavaScript than Python, and I hate JavaScript. I've never tried JavaScript before, so interesting. And typing difficulties will be no glasses errors, giggling errors, maniacal laughter errors, errors, and Bobby's blank stare. What difficulties. And if you need any help on the UX later, UX is visual, right? And it'd be cool to be able to tell the game that you can actually type. I'd love to have different levels of typing, possibly, but we'll see. It's certainly, I don't want to think about too much at once because it gets overwhelming. However, I do want to have fun ideas. So, in menu here, let's go back to options menu. And I think, right, depending on the idea, so function, event, input. Yeah. And if we're in the cafe, right, we want to have, yeah, if you press escape, it needs to know what you're currently doing at the moment. And UX is user experience. Ah, got ya. And UI is navigation. Feeling of pressing stuff, feedback, got ya. Yeah. I couldn't remember which one was which, and maybe it doesn't stand for that. I believe it's what Eska said. And JavaScript is like nunchucks. Complicated, but in the right hands, elegant. I see. And so it does stand for that? Yep. User interface, user experience. I believe that's what it means. So saying that, user utility change menu state. So if your event is not escape, so if not escape, return. So we know where we need to do things. So we first check the current state. So go back into here and do cafe, and then we'll do current state. So utility var current, current, current underscore game underscore state. Actually, don't even need it because we have utility for that. Yeah, utility.gamestate. So let's see. Match, and then we have utility dot game state, or dot current game state. Current game state. There we are. Lovely. I'm thinking maybe here. And both Python and JavaScript can do really insane stuff. Interesting. But yeah, good luck on your game. Thank you. Certainly that thing of the topic of talking about different coding languages. I don't know too many. I really only know C++ and GDScript. And JavaScript is not that complicated to be very interesting. However, making sure it doesn't have side effects can be hard. But it's amongst the easier languages. Interesting. And once you learn one programming language, you learn all of them. Yeah, when I forced them to learn in a Lisp and forth. JK, I agree. Once you learn the fundamentals, it's very transferable. Yeah, it's like for loops, while loops, variables, things of that nature. And C++ is quite hard in comparison. You know, maybe that's why I found learning GDScript very easy. That would make sense. As the change from C++ to this, it wasn't hard at all. If anything, I found this easier. And gotta say, it's amazing how you're able to focus so well. I'm guessing you're a problem-solving solution mind, trying to figure out solutions. Yep, trying to. And you can see, getting sidetracked. I've not written a lot of code. I've been talking a lot. But I do appreciate the compliment, Preston. So let's see. Saying all of that, right? We have a match current state. What I'm thinking is, and this is the tricky part as well, is, right, if we're in the cafe, how do we do these things? Because I'm running into that problem again, where, right, we have one code running before the other. And in university, I kind of run from web. That's why I do not like JavaScript. And with the deal is equal. Why are all those equals there? What are they all doing there? Like here, right? Back when we sent out a signal for both bookshelf and options, options went first, which made bookshelf not work. But for bookshelf here, bookshelf, we want the bookshelf to go first before the options. And how I currently have it, we're gonna run into the same problem, but instead of options, it's going to be cafe. So how can we do it? I'm not too sure. And when you're following along 2chat, you're doing good given that. Oh, I do appreciate it. It's a skill I want to get better at. So I'm trying. Things are working. It's like chat, speaking, and then code. Multitasking to the extreme. So let's see. Bookshelf options, and I'm not sure how to handle this. I was thinking that, right? But however, maybe we can do a thing of, right, instead of options. Because right now, the system I'm thinking of is where we have cafe. So C-A-F-E, cafe. So I'm thinking of doing something like this, where you press escape. So you press ESC, or E, let me do a different color. ESC. It sends you to cafe. However, what I would like to happen is it to go from escape to cafe. So escape to cafe, and then it will then go to bookshelves, and then cafe. Something like that, but I don't know if that's possible. So something like this, escape to cafe, and then all of these guys. But it's the order of operation that's tricky at the moment. And it's actually simple errors. The equivalent of equal in JavaScript is equal. But the operator equal does exist in JavaScript too, and it's not equivalent to yuck. Disgusting. I don't want to say it. Triple equal signs. It's already weird enough to do double equal. And I heard something like that. Header files are becoming unfashionable. Interesting. But if you don't have header files, how do you tell the code apart from any other language? I do remember header files. I did like them. I thought they were fun. It was just that thing of getting used to things. And everybody understanding how I run away from web when there was Java. And anything is possible when you have ear giggles. It's been ages since the chat was chatty. Incredible sight for real. I'm working overtime, but I do appreciate it. I don't mind one bit. And this is true. Hi, Crystal. Welcome in. I haven't seen that name before, so welcome into stream. So let's see. This is what I want to happen, but in our current point, it's not going to, because we would have to send a signal. So how can we do this? Maybe we can have some sort of variables or some sort of something here. So for example, no, that doesn't sound right. Doesn't sound right, and something's off. I want it to be where you open the menu. So maybe, right? No. Beforehand, we had a bool for in bookshelf area. So I'll go ahead and do in bookshelf area. In bookshelf. So B-O-O-K. Bookshelf. S-H-E-L-F. In bookshelf area. A-R-E-A. And this guy was a bool. So let me drag this up and grab you, as you're not supposed to be all the way up there. Grab you. Yep. In bookshelf area. And this guy was a bool. Let me zoom out a little bit to make things a little bit easier to see. In bookshelf area, and it is a bool. But my issue with this was that the area itself was not doing too well. And I totally relate to using Python for backend. Let's see. And hello. And Eris is showing up on everyone's recommendations page. She's super popular. She's sweet. And don't tell Eris I'm here. I'm doing a hello to the people in chat here. Plus, I heard coding speak. Double agent on both sides. I'm in. So let's see. Right. So I wanted the cafe to be the hub of buttons, right? And That's the hope, but I'm not too sure. I don't think it can be our hub of controls, our hub of escape. That was the issue. And if we do the bookshelf bool, the cafe, I think, is a little bit better because the cafe should know about everyone. The cafe is the parent. Cafe has all these children. The cafe knows, okay, you do this, you do this. Instead of the options, right? The options is a child of the cafe, so it doesn't know its siblings. That's why I'm thinking cafe is good to have as a parent. So I think it'll be okay to do the bool here, possibly. We'll see. And I'm actually seeing a surprising amount of MVC in a game development, which is why I spoke about it in the first place. I'll have to Google that after stream's over, as I'm not too sure. I'm still not too sure. It's something I'm gonna have to look at a lot of times. And it's sometimes a good idea to transfer a bunch of bools into enumerations, and then you can code clear transitions. That's what I have at the moment. That's the game state. We can see Malphabet if we go back into here. That's what this guy is, the current game state. It's a lot of bools for example, pod, spellcasting, in-game, and menu. So I just swap between the game states depending on where I'm at. But the issue is when it's called. When you're in the, for example, when you're standing at the bookcase, right? How do we tell it apart from calling this in the bookcase from being outside the bookcase? How do you tell the difference between when you have the menu open versus the menu closed? It also could just be a thing of the implementation of it, but we'll see and whatever. Hi, whatever, and thank you. I'm glad you think so. And I think ultimately trust yourself more than you were taught. Only you know what people claim is necessary. 100%. I can take a lot of the teachings, and I definitely appreciate it. That's one thing. The what should be right, quote unquote, has helped me a lot with figuring out the way I want to organize my programming. So it's a thing of, I'm glad I went there for that. There's a lot of things I didn't learn. There's a lot of things I did learn that I can take to my current learning. And somebody said double agent. I'm in. And got it. Yep. You're still a junior in your code base and looks good. No worries at all. I'm glad you suggested it as. Suggestions are great. Yeah, okay. So maybe we have in menu, maybe we do some sort of rules.
Livy 1111
thank you
just
for the
followed.
follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome into structure and organization and paint. Welcome in. Bookshelf. Okay. I'm wondering, it's just the escape button. This escape button going out into doing other things. If we go into this bookshelf not knowing about escape, I think is okay. Because we have if the input is the interact. I think this is good. This makes sense. In our interactable select screen, having this guy for UI cancel, this guy I want to get rid of and move into cafe. I want one area. And check instantly took my place as soon as I went back. And anyone with software that Blackboard is? Hi, Ron. Welcome to stream. If by Blackboard you mean this guy here, concepts like the thought, CONCEPTS, I can go ahead and do, let's see, exclamation FAQ, I believe, like that guy there. And well, I was wondering why I didn't send, and I can send it here. So if you want to know what programs I've been using in the background, there you go. Hopefully that helps. And welcome in. And love hearing people's thought process. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for coming by. I hope it's a little handy. Sometimes the thought process is jumbled, but I find speaking aloud, and I think that's called the rubber duck method, where speaking to something or someone can help you think through a problem. So certainly doing these streams and trying to talk through what I'm struggling with has been very handy. So let me go back into programming here. And from there, let's see, UI cancel all of these guys here. If you're in, and that's why I think the pool is a good idea, where we do a check, I think, right? Check. Yeah. How about that? In this guy here, we go ahead and we check everyone first. Check to see what's enabled, check to see what's disabled. That way we can get up to date, possibly. Maybe something like that instead. It's just the things, and thanks, no worries. I hope you find it handy. So, for example, we have a var of in bookshelf area, possibly like this. I don't like it, but it could just be a thing I'm gonna have to come back to. We'll see. Let's see. Yes, definitely. Yeah, it's just a thought. It's just a thing you have to think about, but thought processes are fun. So if you're in the bookshelf area, bool equal false. And then this guy just gets updated, depending on, and oh, we're back in the interactable screen. We don't need to be here. We need to be, hold on. Is it Alt I have to click? Yeah, and then crop. Yeah, for the double select, it's Alt. So I can go ahead and just do this guy, then bring us back to the cafe here. And then if I do paste, so I go back up here, location all of these guys and func ready, I should be able to... Oh, it doesn't let me. Oh, what a shame. Oh, no, it's right here, in bookshelf area. And I think it's fine to know what area. I think it's just gonna have to be something that's really modified. And I strangely think Eris would be slower without chat, probably because she has to say to herself one day. Well, the thing is, when I'm usually not streaming, I think to myself, I slowly think, and it's the thing I want to get better at, speaking aloud, just in general. It's been very fun to just try to elaborate, try to explain what I'm doing. So let's see, go down here, right, in input. First, we want to go back up here to our ready functions, and let me do this guy so I can get to the ready function. And love your energy. It's the opposite of mine while coding, until it works. I appreciate it. It certainly is for me, at least, that thing of trial by fire. Eventually, it will work, but we just don't know when that eventually is. We'll see. Eventually. Soon, TM. And then down here, right? Go back to here. Remove you here. Assign bookshelf. Current bookshelf. Oh no. Hold on. Interactable select screen. Yeah. Hold on. Undo you. Yeah, undo you. In bookshelf area. That's the guy we want to change. Modify you. Okay. There we go. Don't need you. And then go back into the cafe here. And then all our functions for our in bookshelf area. So, go back to our interactable select screen, assign bookshelf, or player in bookshelf area. Something like this, and copy the function. Yep, copy you, and cafe here. Maybe we'll chat for the real rubber duckies we made along the way. Thumbs up. Ain't seen. Oh man, let's see. Player entered assign bookshelf, unassigned bookshelf. Let me go ahead and go back down here, disable tutorial wall, function for you, assign bookshelf. I'm thinking maybe player entered bookshelf, player exited bookshelf area, player in bookshelf area. That's what I'm not too sure. And hot take, programming would be much easier if documents were written more clearly. Well, I'm currently making a document. Well, I'm currently making documentation for my code. That's what I'm going through right now and refactoring things. Not currently right now, but I just mean in general. The hope is, right, step 1, make the code. Step 2, refactor it and clean it up. Step 3, make bigger code. So the hope of, eventually, once we get to the demo part of the game, everything will be cleaned up. Everything will have organizations and things of that nature. Right now, we're just trying to make sure things are functional. And then we go back and tweak things. So let's see, assign bookshelf, new bookshelf, yeah. Okay. Let's go back to our options menu here. And options menu, out of game menu, yup. We don't really need you. We just need interactable select screen, yeah, you. And then for you here, we're going to need utility you guy here. There we are. And player entered bookshelf area and entered bookshelf. You know what? I think this is fine. And oh, I did read that. Good. And I'm glad to catch your stream again. Hi, where am I? Welcome back in. I hope you've been fine. Thanks for stopping by again. I hope you've been great. I'm currently struggling and in peril. But aside from that, I'm doing lovely. Let me go ahead and copy you here. Assign bookshelf, new bookshelf. What we'll do here is not assign bookshelf. We just have player entered bookshelf area. Do you here? Do you underscore here? And oh,
Kaleidonosk 0 pay just followed.
Kaleidoscope or Kaleidonoscope. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Let's see. Player exited. You here. Do you for the underscore here? Yep. And then we'll do a copy here, paste here. And are you multi-streaming? Yep. All the chat that's appearing on screen is Twitch. I multi-stream on both YouTube and Twitch. Fortunately, I couldn't get the YouTube chat working on screen, so it's just Twitch chat. But I multi-stream so people can watch wherever they prefer to watch. So let's see. Player exited here. Player exited underscore here. Like that. And you should be good to go. And then from here, what we can do is say... Current bookshelf, cafe, all of these guys. This is the interactable select screen, and I am on the wrong screen again. Oh man, hold on. Interactable select screen. Yeah, you go here. There we go. We need to go into the cafe. Copy. How did I get here? Where am I? Hold on. You. Yeah. And then you underneath the function of ready. Here we are. There we are. Where did we come from? Where did we go? Cotton Eye Joe. Player entered bookshelf area. Copy you. And then undo you. Unsign, unassign. Okay. Yep. Okay. Save. Cafe. Assign. You guys. Yes. Then, from there, we do you. We go back up to you. Where are we at? Entered. Exit. underscore. Underscore, correct? Is everything good? I think so. Good. And my mind is too fried to read code today. No worries, Ansia. And join us where I am. That was a terrible pun. Terrible joke. Where am I? I am here. I am lost. So let's see. Go back to down here. And then if, let's see, in bookshelf area equal to false or true, depending on the guy. However, I think this is fine. In bookshelf area, false, true. And bop it, twist it, hit it, code it, pull it. Along with the whistle sounds. And entered and true, you need to be false. Yep. Okay, so then what I'm thinking, right, is down, let's see, match current game state and input. Ooh, we have 2 inputs. Hold on. Let's remove you. There you are. Okay, save you. And do we have an input already? No, okay, we should be good to go. Why are you angry then? And then hit it again because it doesn't work. Have you tried turning it on and off again? Function input, func in input, input, func input, like that. And expected an indent after the match. So go back up here. And you forgot to push it, commit it, twist it, reverse. Let's see, current game state. So, on if event action press, and then we do utility dot game state dot, and we need all the game states. So all I'm going to do is go back to our utility, go to you, game state, yep, copy, go back to our cafe, and then what I will do is I can click on here, right? Alt, if I hold down Alt and click, oh, hold on, not that click, redo, Alt click, Alt click, Alt click, Alt click, Alt click, and click. I can then click minus, and then from there, I can click that guy, and then here, I can go ahead and do Alt, and then do utility dot game underscore state dot, and there we go. Then from here, we can do tab, and then I can do enter, and I can do pass. And do you have a demo? I do indeedy. I believe it's a little broken at the moment. So you have to excuse the mega beam. But I can do exclamation necrotype. There you are. The customers currently might be flickering. So currently the tutorial's currently the only thing working. Hopefully once this guy is done, we'll be able to modify it. And
Ginger
hi,
40
Ginger
just
Cat,
redeemed
I'm guessing.
hydrate.
Thank you for the redeem. I shall hydrate. And this is not a cult, totally cult. Not a cult. I assure you, just because they have an Eldritch background does not mean any group I form is a cult. Let me get some water though. Hydrate before I dehydrate. Tasty. And is it Ara Lino? Is that how you say it? Or Ara Lindo? Welcome to stream. Hello. Welcome in. Since you're new here, let me just give you an idea of what we're doing. Right now, currently, the system of options menu, system of menus that you open and close right now for my game is broken. So we're trying to fix it by making a new options menu. So currently, when you press the escape button, that's what that UI cancel guy is. When you press escape, menu should work out. It's not working out though. And both is okay. Lovely. And oh, hold on. Do you have a place where you commit all your changes? Yep. I use Git. I use Git in Visual Studio when I commit it to the repository. As I said before, when I first tried making a game, so like a month or 2 after I dropped out of college, and my game got corrupted, I learned that day, always commit. That's very important. And let's see, you hydrate people too much? Hydrate is very important. So let's see. From here, I then just do enter and pass. So this guy here. And why are there many errors? It's because when you do a match case, everything needs to be indented. And, oh, I don't know how to say that name. Pejorative? You can tell me how close I got. Thank you for the follow and welcome to stream. The errors are here because this is a match case. And when you do match cases, they have to be indented. And you have to have stuff after them. So what I have to do is do this pass guy here, since he's indented. So once I do all of these guys, it should clear up the error once I add all the passes. So if I do paste here, paste here, and here. Oh, undo. That guy here, tab. They're gone. And I mean, you can always do manual backups for simple projects, but yeah, manual backups is nice, and I used to do that. However, then I found out about the Git, and that makes my life a lot easier since I can just do 2 buttons. And there's 2 types of people, those who regularly back up, and those who haven't learned the lesson yet. Agreed. Oh man, my lesson. Oh man, and my name is Deer in English. Oh, I see. Adorable. What language is it? I don't know, I couldn't even be able to guess. And I think everyone learns to commit code only after similar situations. I learned when my hard disk stopped working and I lost 3 months. Oh. Oh, I lost 1 week of work and that made me stop programming for the whole, I think, 2 years. So I understand that pain. I think everyone learns to commit code only after I did that. Good. And programmers always also have the control S. My computer, my keyboard, my current keyboard, the S key is faded. And Danish, I see. Lovely. Well, welcome in. And what's IDE? IDE. Script IDE. I forget. I can't remember at the moment, unfortunately, but welcome in. Is it from Mele? From Mali, maybe? Welcome in. Nope, can't remember. Can't recall. I tried. It did not work out, and it didn't really work. Hold on, Mega Being, did you say something? Did I miss it? Nope. Okay, we're good. And the demo didn't work. Yeah, the tutorial, the level 0 works. Level 1, it's a little broken, so we're fixing it at the moment. And good. Lovely. An integrated development environment. Thank you. Yeah, integrated development environment. Or maybe interface development editor. Either or. But there's your answer. Thank you. And PC only? Yep. It is a rhythm typing cafe game, which means typing equals you gotta use the keyboard. At the moment, yep. And I thought you said heart stopped working. Oh, no. Mine. So let's see. From here, right? If our current game state is paused, I think we're going to need a previous state. And I was just trying to find it, I say. So I think, right? Previous state is a good idea. And this music's a little bit too dramatic, so let me move you here. And move you to you here. Yeah, that works. So we need a current state, and we need a previous state. Previous game state. So a game state to go back to. Previous. Previous. Previous game state. And we'll set it to these guys here. Then from there, when we set the game state, when we set the previous game state, it's whenever we update it. And I hate to say it, but according to my total inaccurate calculations, I'll have 20k stardust by the time you'll reach a certain point in Delta, and I'll be obligated to do awful things. Check. I'm sure you'll use your points responsibly and energetically. Thank you. And you're very sweet. I'm glad people enjoy the shiny type of energy. I'm glad to show it as long as people want to take it. So let's see. Back here, right? Previous game state. We changed the current game state. So this really is going to have to change a whole lot. As when we change the state, we're going to need a new state, I think. I think that'll work out. So let's see. Options menu. Yeah, option menu. All of these guys gotta get moved around. So let's see. On the input event, all of these guys here, input event. If that is not the case, right? If events all of these guys, then we're going to need to change. Actually, okay, hold on. Great, because right now we do the current game state, previous game state. Right now we're able to take the current game state, but if we're accessing the game state in other places, I don't know if I quite like that. I like the idea of you accessing it and changing and updating the game state. And Shiny, you're radiating pure energy. Star power. And I return, what did you break? Everything. Everything has been broken. It's all burning. And I don't have any water. Oh man. Match utility current game state input. It's tricky. And I'll be like, no worries. And you need to rest for a bit. Thank you, NCA. I hope you have a lovely rest. So match current game state pause. Yeah. And hard too fast. My English is not very well. I understand only half. I've also been told that before. I try my best to go slower when I can, but then I get excited about something and bam. Oh man. So let's see. Input not returned. I'm thinking of a function, right? Where it does update game state. I think that works out a little bit better. So either you do this input guy here or upstate. Like I'm thinking great utility dot update underscore game underscore state. And then you do a game state to update to. So game state to, game state to change. And so imagine my English is just 1/4. Oh. Oh man, I definitely want to learn a new language at some point. And well, that's a lot of energy. Let's see, game state to state. I'm thinking it could be like this. However, I'm not too sure. Game underscore state. Right, update game state to state. And then we go into the cafe and change the game state. That was the idea, learn Polish? Well, it's either going to be Japanese, it's going to be Spanish, or it's going to be Portuguese. Those are the top three. And she gives Eminem a run for his money. That is true. Let's see. So if I go to utility here, right? Go back to my menu, guys. So player, entity state, tutorial, spell casting, debug. Why are you angry? Oh, cafe's not completed. That's okay. That guy will get changed. Menu here. Change menu state. Update game state. Maybe something like this will work out better. So let's try. And it's 4:53 right now. We'll go like 30 minutes over the time we usually go, as I really want to see if we can figure this out. And we've also been getting a little sidetracked. So we'll go a little longer than we usually do to see if we can figure this out. And I've learned English 3 to 4 years, and I'm bad in addition. Huh, 3 to 4 years is a lot. And you already know a new language? It's called coding. True, yeah. Though I'm not well versed, I do know it. Enough to speak it at the very least. And she doesn't deserve such pain. I've heard many things about trying to learn it. So instead, right, where do we use this update game state? Now copy this and do Control Shift F, and then find utility dot game underscore or current game state. So CURRENT current underscore game underscore state. And if I do this, it finds this variable in all of my game. Anytime I've ever used it, the game state. So I'm thinking we do game state everywhere else. So we update the game state to this one guy. That way that one guy can handle it. Why are you coding? Why are you coding? It gets better, I'm sure, eventually. So if the game state is equal, nope. If equal, nope, that's not what we want. And if we want that one, nope. And utility current game state equals this guy and this guy. So this guy is currently, I think, commented out. We'll check. Go down here, and we do, where are we at? This guy here? Aha! Close menu. Nope. What we're going to do now is do utility.gamestate.event. And we're going to set it to in-game. This is the new guy. And I can speak Japanese a little, but my native Russian and Kazakhs. Ooh, never heard Kazakhs before. I wanted to learn Russian a long time ago, as I thought the characters were cool looking. So let's see. Utility here, yep, and you here. So we can go ahead and do this guy here. So utility update game state. I think this is better, because then it lets us do it everywhere else, and it shows us where we want to update it. So we have this guy in here for in-game, this guy in here for in-menu. So we can go ahead and just do in-game to in_menu. Oh, hold on. In_menu. So in-menu here, right? Why are you angry? Oh, that would explain things. And then for here, we have game state, game in state. So for you, we can go ahead and do you here, back do you, and then in-game. So you're that. And then for this guy here, we have in-menu for our mini-game over here. So utility, you here, and it's in-menu, so in_menu. That guy there. And we can go ahead and remove you. And then we have game state over. So you here, update game state. And then we do over, like that. Delete you here. And Eris. Oh. Yeah, we want something I have no idea. I hope you can't speak that. French is something. French was another language I wanted to learn, but I couldn't find many uses for it. But it seemed like also a really neat language. I just asked you to say something in French. If you were wondering, I can say something in French. Ahem. Omelette du fromage. Curious if any of you recognize that. And while I was writing a game in Java. Oh, and have you ever tried Unity? Nope. I once, in menu, hold on, in menu. I once tried learning Java. Didn't work out well. Next is laboratory? Yeah. And hi, Walliver. Welcome in. Welcome into stream. I'd love to at some point learn another game engine, but right now I'm keeping my focus on Godot. And you can make a customer setter for current game state that emits a setting signal, so you have to replace all that code, but maybe that's a bit too much magic. Hi, Pala Bavar, is that how you say it? I do have a customer manager at the moment. However, the game state itself doesn't have to deal with the customer. So I don't have that's not what it deals with at the moment, but I do appreciate the suggestion. And why Java? That is a good question. And the girl watches Dexter. Oh, I watched all the classics. And with Java, I finally figured out OOP after a year. Congrats. And Dexter doesn't know French. All the French calls us lies. Oh, yeah, and let's see. Okay. Game state and menu. And then we have a print message here. We don't even use that anymore. This guy here for setting the game state. And this is all in the options menu that will hopefully get redone. So game state, spellcasting. Spellcasting, yeah, you get removed. Current state, you're going to be in-game. So paste you in here, in-game state. Yep. Anyone else want to do game state changes? You look like a good sir. Can I offer you some game state changes? Sold. Let's do paused here. Paused. And then I think we're almost done. Let me click refresh. And now where are we at? Okay. So here we're checking if match utility set the current game state. Let me go ahead and set it so it's updated here. You go there, upstate. Yep. And then in-game. Good. You that there. And cool, but for game development, I suggest you learn C#. I learned C++. I think that one's more common, but I don't know. I didn't get past starting to learn C++ before I switched over to Godot. And, ads are about to start, so we'll let ads run. And then, as I said before, while I usually end in about 2 minutes, I really want to see if we can figure this out. So we'll go for about another 30 minutes, I think should be okay and fine. A little bit over this time around. So the ads will do their thing. They'll run in C++. Yeah, C++ seems to be the most common one. Haven't heard of C# much, but that's interesting to hear. Let me get some tea. It's a shame I'm out of tea, but it's tasty. And hi. Ooh, a cordaquado? A cordaquo? Is that how you say it? Welcome into stream. Welcome. Hello. Hello. Let me go ahead and dismiss this guy here. And C# is easy to use in a bunch of engines. Got ya. Unity, Godot, I think also partially Unreal. Interesting. I didn't know that. I don't know much about other engines. I found Godot and immediately liked it. And I think C# has more uses. You're not obligated to use it, but it can help. Interesting. And I'm glad that now Godot has C# support, but it's not good yet. Does it have C++ support and now has C#? Or what do you mean? And also great, CPP. I do remember that being a thing in C++. So let's see. All that said, where are we going? I'm just gonna keep cleaning these since ads are doing their ad thing. We won't miss anything. And C# is the main language used in Unity. It's also an alternative language you can use in Godot. Though it's very unpopular because Godot thought it very important. Missed my last. Hold on, 0. Let's see. I just realized my last message sounds a lot darker if I said it in context of a hospital. What did you say? I read that one and that one. Gaia. I see. And all this started because 2 bookshelves were close together. Yes. Yes. And oh man, I tell ya. So let's see. We were trying to do just cleaning up this guy here, setting the utility to be the game state guy. So we have that guy, current game state, run spellcasting. We changed the game state here. So go ahead and have that game state as spellcasting. All I'm doing is just moving everything so it's in one spot. And what's up, peeps? Hi, Mr. Gene. Welcome in. Been busy working on something really cool. Sleepy. Yeah, I wanted to say hi, but now I'm gonna go lurk and eat some Oreos. Y'all have lots of fun. Thank you. And I hope your Oreos are tasty. Welcome in and goodbye. And best of luck with your project. Really cool project. Let's click this guy here. Utility, current game state. Yeah, everything's a little angry at the moment. That's okay. We're just changing things to be spellcasting. So let's see, spellcasting. Moving you here, deleting you here, and could not parse. Okay, everything's breaking, I tell you. So much red. And they're not bookshelves, they're mimics. We'll see about that. Cannot parse singleton from utility.
Cordaquo just followed.
From the other side too. Thank you for the follow on Twitch as well. Let's see. Okay, go back up here. Where are we at? Player scored, utility, all of these guys here. I think utility is angry at the moment, possibly. So if I go to utility here, welcome back from the ads, by the way. You've missed nothing. I've been just cleaning up these guys. So could not parse. Okay, so then we have to go to cafe. And where's our cafe? Cafe. In our cafe GD, it's angry because this guy here, our input event, and func input event has the same name as previously declared function. So what we have to do is remove this guy here and go to the input event. So underscore input. Here we are, input event. And what are we seeing right here, right now? Okay, well, we'll let you. And this guy should then go over into our utilities. So if I go back into utility here, let's see. Yep, that cleans up everything. And I can't believe we're able to context switch between two chats and programming. It's a little painful, but hopefully the more I do it, the better I get. And who can make a game with assembly? Wow. That sounds like a challenge and pain and challenge and pain. And for the next stream, it'd be great to have all your castings to more Twitch. I tried it before, back when I first started streaming. I could never get it working, so I gave up on that idea. Also because of Twitch's terms of service, that's also not a good idea. So I just abandoned it altogether. But I did try that back when I started streaming. And hi, Kit Marketing. Welcome to stream. Sup, gamer. Welcome in. So let's see. This should be cleared. That should be cleared. Yep. And, yep, okay. So utility change menu. So all of these guys, when we change the menu, and when we do out of game screen, utility.changemenu.emit, I want to see what this guy is doing. So this input guy here, click here, fine, and it sends a connect to the options. Yeah, a lot of this I think is just going to be tearing things apart, and it's not productive. Why write an assembly? It doesn't matter if it's productive. Some people do hard things for fun. I forget what it's called, but there are these machines that people make to do simple tasks in a really complicated way. Oh, it's true, it was a joke, I see. Yeah, some people like the challenge, some people like the pain. I'm not one of them, but some people like a good fun time, even if that fun time was painful. So let's see. Go back into here, change state, out of game screen. Yeah, a lot of this is just gonna need to be refactored, which is unfortunate, and I think I'm really gonna have to write a lot of things down and think about my decisions. So I think that's what I'll have to do during this week. Yeah, this system I think needs to be torn down and built back up from the ashes. So saying that, and I mean Factorio players know all about doing stuff just for the pain. Oh man, I wanted to get into Factorio, but I just don't like the look of it. Saying that though, but I heard that there was a guy in a world that made a game with assembly. I mean, I'm not surprised. I feel like if you really wanna, you can. If you put your mind to it, you can do it. And Rube Goldberg machines. Yep. Rube Goldberg machines. Yep. And second time you answer this? Probably. I bring it up a lot. Saying that, let me go into this guy here. I will be taking a break a little bit, and let me hide, where we at? Timer? This timer here. So do exclamation Discord here. I'm going to take a break for like an hour or two, and then if you join the Discord, and I'll do it on YouTube as well for the Discord link there. So my plans will be, I will take a break for about an hour and then continue working on this later today. I won't be streaming it, but I will be on Discord in like the VC, stream chat, things of that nature. So if you're interested in watching me program more of this later today, you can catch me on there. And if you want to also get more into the update development, things of that nature in terms of the game itself, you can join the Discord, feel free to, and I'll at you whenever things happen. If you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. I'd love to see if we can find someone to raid. It's always really fun too. If you're on YouTube though, I'll go to the end screen, and on Twitch, I'll go to the end screen and come back. So if you're on Twitch, stick around, consider cooking for the raid, and I'll be back. And what's the difference with the Discord streaming thing? Well, it's just a thing of I'll be in VC, and you can see me programming. It's not a just background thing, so I'll be working on it. Oh, what a terrible time! Oh no! And hi, Digital Style Live.
Digital Style
in.
Live raided with 2 views.
You caught me as I was ending stream. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. / shout out at Digital. There you go. I hope your stream was lovely. I was saying, I hope you all have a lovely afternoon, evening, morning, or good night. We're about to see if we can raid someone. But welcome in. Again, stick around for the raid if you'd like to, but otherwise, that'll be it for me for the week. So I'll be right back. I hope I see you all soon. Where is that ending button? I can never find it.